Awesome. Thank you so much. Welcome to the Committee of the Whole, the Athabasca County meeting today for August 18th at 9:31 a.m. I'd like to call this meeting to order. And I will start with the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge Athabasca County is located on First Nations Treaty 6 and Treaty 8 traditional territory. We respect and honor all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples' connection to these lands, their history, language, and culture. We also have two absences today, so Deputy Reeve Minns and Councillor Capitania give their regrets. And we are at the approval of the agenda. Are there any additions, deletions, or changes?
If not, I'm willing to move.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Chamzik would like to move. We approve the agenda as presented. If we're ready for that vote, all those in favor? And do we have any opposed? One, so that would be 7 and 1. The next item we have is the approval of the minutes, page 4 through 8 of your agenda package. Do we have any concerns, additions, changes? Okay, thank you. Councillor Chisholm would like to move that we approve the minutes as presented. If we're all ready for the vote, all those in favor? Are there any opposed? None, 8 and 0. Thank you. We move into item 5.1, which is the CAO update, page 9 through 10 of your agenda package. Thank you very much, CAO, for your report. Would you like to comment?
I'll just hit a couple of the highlights. And in the report, I referred to them as potential value add managerial financial systems enhancements and the pre-design of major capital projects in the year ahead to facilitate timely tendering and construction. Very pleased to say that Director Daly will be presenting recommendations to you on Thursday at the regular council meeting with some what we believe are important enhancements to the capital budgeting process, and we'll get into the details on Thursday. And then the strategic initiatives, I want to just touch on two of them where there have been some significant steps taken and some significant progress. And certainly the joint meeting with Lac La Biche County, our good neighbors, with Minister Dreeshen to advance the Plamondon Connector project. And we're taking some additional steps now to follow up with other local MLAs that represent the our county as well as Lac La Biche County. And the next project I just want to touch on is there's been we're at the stage of presenting some options to council for your consideration later relative to this important regional water line project. So I just wanted to hit those highlights, and other than that, I'd be pleased to answer any questions that council may have on any of the information that's here.
Great, thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Well, I also appreciate you mentioning the meeting we had with Minister Dreeshen and our Lac La Biche, and we had Mr. DeHolick, our Councillor DeHolick was with us as well. And I just really appreciate the fact that we had that opportunity and the time, that it went very well. And so thank you so much for mentioning that this morning. We definitely are grateful for the time that we were given from the minister's office, Mr. Minister Dreeshen. So thank you. So if that's good to go with the next report, thank you so much.
Sorry, no.
Oh, please go ahead.
So two questions for the CAO through the chair. How was the attendance at the joint meeting with Minister Dreeshen determined?
I collaborated with the Reeve relative to attendance, and obviously in terms of council representation, that's more so Reeve than CAO, but we did collaborate on that issue.
And did you have a second question? Okay, thank you very much. If we could move into 5.2, the department updates, beginning on page 11 of your agenda package. The first report that we do have, and once again, I'll just say this because I tend to forget towards the end. We'd like to we really appreciate, I know I do, the public does, because I'm hearing more and more about the public diving into these reports as well to get the information that they're looking for. So thank you very much to all the directors for providing these reports. I know they're extremely beneficial to all mentioned, and they're well done. So thank you. We have the Director of Community and Protective Services, Krista Wilkinson, with us. Does anybody on council have any questions or anything that they'd like to bring forward? Please go ahead, Councillor Chamzak.
Morning. Just a couple questions. Sorry, on page 13, with the ongoing work with Go East and membership and promoting events in our region, do we have a list of what those events are that would be going into Go East?
We can get that for you.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, please, Councillor Chisholm, and then Councillor DeHollick.
Madam Chair, to admin, the ongoing planning with Community Futures and other stakeholders of the Power Up North Conference, October 6th and 7th. Where can we get more information? Can we just maybe talk to Jen to see how do we register? I haven't had much information on this and I know it's going on. Just trying to get some more information. Thank you.
Once registration, like we'll be sharing that with council along the way.
Okay, so registration hasn't opened yet?
I don't believe so.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor DeHollick.
So, Madam Chair, an update on Highway 63 emergency services. Is there any update or where are we exactly with it now?
There's an update later today in closed session.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stacey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Page 11, just a little bit more information on bullet point 2.2. Reviewed the permit issuance process with team, also met with landowners to discuss proposed redistricting, access issues, and road allowance matters. Any updates? Has that helped us? Didn't do anything? Or can you tell us what happened there?
With,
Well, I'm assuming this had something to do with the subdivision in Rochester through MPC or not? No?
no,
Okay.
they're just general inquiries. We get many inquiries every month about redistricting, people talking about development, access issues. As council knows, we have lots of crown land and we
Okay.
have lots of quarter sections that have been purchased by folks that don't necessarily have appropriate access. So we have those discussions weekly.
So it's just general within the planning department?
That's
So-
right. Yeah. What
Yep.
we find is a parcel will go up for sale and then we'll have multiple inquiries on that particular parcel because people want to know what they're up against if they purchase that parcel.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Chamzak.
Would this be the appropriate time to ask about the after action report?
It's part of the package, yeah.
Yeah, I just have a couple questions. Excellent report. All in all, I just few questions. Looking on page 67, does administration have a stronger opinion of platforms, other Buoyant or Alertable, that they would find more feasible?
We went through that exercise with council a couple of years ago. And, as you know, we were using Voyant, the town and the village use Alertable. Would have been nice if we could all collaborate, but we did have Voyant originally. And then the town and the village went with Alertable. It's something, do we have an opinion? Not really. I think both apps work really well. And I think one of the reasons that council or that administration and council at the time when we reviewed it a couple of years ago decided not to change is because at that time we had over 600 followers. And I imagine we have more followers today. Jordan could probably speak to that more so than I.
As of right now, I believe we have about 1,800.
Oh, wow, that's pretty significant and excellent job on promotion of it as well. The only other questions that I have from what I see on the recommendation side, it looks like from what I understand, you guys have been working on a lot of these recommendations as well. So I'd like to thank you for that. And I guess my only other question I have, do you guys have enough resources?
Well, I don't know if there's ever enough.
Fair.
And, you know, I think with this after action review, and all of the other reviews that we've done, and, you know, changes, we have to take it slowly. We have to take it incremental. Do we have enough resources? Not likely. But, you know, over time, we'll probably be looking for more resources.
I'd like to say thank you for all your hard work on this.
Thank you, Councillor Chisholm.
Through the chair. The report, it was really good. I do have a concern, being one of the landowners that was affected during the fire, and just not knowing where to go for information. I don't know how we can rectify this in the future, but like we had a bunch of fences that were dozed down, and to this date, we haven't put them up yet because of the cost. And sometimes getting that information out to landowners that had damage, like I don't even know if this is something that could have been brought forward as landowners to get reimbursed for the cost of the fire. Like I don't even know, and I'm sure I'm not the only landowner that has wondered, like, since the fire's gone through, like we still have damage to the quarter sections that were affected. So getting that information out,
Right, so my recommendation in those particular cases is any of those affected landowners should liaison with our department, and we can certainly look into and see if there's something that can be done.
the only, like, that's good, but maybe getting that information out, because I mean, I wasn't a part of council at the time when that happened, didn't even know where to go. So again, as a ratepayer back then, I mean, we don't know where to go. We don't get the information. Like calling the county office, I never even thought of it, right? Because as a ratepayer, I wasn't sure, like, was it a different department, those kind of things. So that's just the recommendation, trying to get that information out the next time it happens, because I'm sure I can't do anything about it now.
Well, it's worth a conversation, so duly noted.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stasiak.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Page 37, I'm reading the bottom paragraph there, and it talks about our CAO was the DEM, and it says, while on the surface this appears to be an efficiency for the community, in practice it is not working. Is there something that we can do to shore that up somehow? Or because I was reading further down in the page 40 range where they talk about what a nice job and how everybody was working well and things were going great. So I was a bit confused as to what wasn't so efficient by our CAO being the DEM.
I think that sort of speaks to our current regional plan, our emergency management plan. And so that's something that we're working on right now. And so we're working on maybe shifting the model a little bit. And so, you know, council will see more of that coming. That's one of our strat priorities as well. So we will be, the way the current plan works is the CAO of the county is the DEM for the region. And so if the emergency is in the town of Athabasca, probably not the best plan for the CAO of the county to be the DEM, but we can designate that to the town.
Okay.
So there's just some inner workings on that emergency management plan that we're currently working on to make flow easier and better in the future.
As I was reading through all of this, I noticed in several locations that there was discussion about communication breakdown somewhat, and I was just curious if that was what the issue would have been, that it wasn't so efficient. Because that seems to be when the public was interviewed or employees or firefighters were interviewed, it seemed to be a consensus that there was a breakdown in communication somehow.
Well, that's always, I think, at least in my experience, communication is always the hardest part. Because when you're in the heat of action, you don't really forget, but you are more focused on other things.
Right.
So communication is definitely something that we can always improve. I think that it was shown that the Jackfish fire, communication on the 831 fire was much better. And so we will always improve those things as we go.
Thank you. Appreciate your response. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I just may also add, I sat in as on the emergency advisory meeting when this report was presented, and there was a lot of kudos to everyone in administration and to the boots on the ground on how well the fire was handled. Communication was, of course, as you mentioned, discussed, and it was really impressive when we brought in the experts who handled that right away, and we learned a lot from that as well. And like you mentioned, improvements are always going to be there. But also with regards to the dam, the concern that was focused on was when you have the CAO as the dam, as well as, as in addition to what Director Wilkinson mentioned, it also pulls the CAO away from their daily duties. And it makes it very difficult for the county to continue functioning efficiently when the CAO is concentrating on being the emergency manager rather than also looking after their day-to-day duties. So that was one of the concerns that was also mentioned there, and it really takes away from the regular duties of the CAO. Yeah. So if that's helpful at all. Awesome. Okay. Councillor Calhoun, Councillor Hall, any comments?
So it talks about I guess I just wonder how thorough the work is on this kind of stuff when it says additionally, it's unclear who specifically initiated the response to evacuate Wild Rose. That's a pretty simple thing to figure out with a single phone call. I mean, I know who did it.
If I may, there's a couple of things that I was curious about on page 13. Met with this is through economic development, and I'll say that there's quite a list of accomplishments that have been made here. Met with Invest Alberta's Director of Energy Investment and the Director of Regional Strategy and Market Intelligence. And it mentioned the Athabasca County's economic outlook. Was there a report that was provided at all on that, or was it just in discussion stages and
Just discussion. Yes.
okay, awesome. Also, we met with the executive director of the Alberta Hub and the regional director of Arium Analytics before they presented the Alberta Hub Skyways project to council. I noticed this project is possibly quite popular for our area. Is there further work that's going to be taking place with that?
Yes, actually, our ECDev coordinator will be bringing RFD to council likely in September, if not September, maybe October sometime
Well, that's
on
fantastic.
that project.
That's fantastic news. Thank you. I'm just going to flip through. Shout out here as well on the third annual Community and Protective Services Community Barbecue. The planning's underway. It's on Friday, August the 28th. So it's always well attended and it's very well done. And I'm excited to see what's happening again this year for that. So hopefully all available counselors will be able to attend there. Just going through, I'll flip right through to page 17. We have page 16 and 17 both mention our housing permits and new dwellings. And in mention of June, the new dwellings, we have 11. The new dwellings in July are 8, with the year-to-date of 2026 of 34 new dwellings in the county. And when you look at the total value, and of course it mentions here, disclaimer, that these values are reported as on the application by the applicant, but that's a total value of $9.3 million in our county. And I think that's worth mentioning and discussing on how it's great news to see that people are moving into the area and building and investing here. So I think that that's amazing. Absolutely amazing. And I think I'm just going through where I highlighted a few other things. I did want to again mention the after action review. These are awesome reports to have. You know, to be able to sit back and identify what needs to improve, but also focus on how well things were done. And again, I kudos to all. That was an absolute scary time for our county and for the village of Boyle, and for the success that really came out of it to save the village, limited structure damage. It was very well done. And to have these solutions to some of the issues that may have arose brought up and implemented is absolutely amazing. So again, much appreciation to all those who responded and handled that particular emergency. It was, again, like you mentioned, an improvement from the Jackfish Lake fire as well. And unfortunately, as we go through these disasters and they seem to be coming closer together, we have some more tools at our disposal to be able to do a better job next time as well, to make more improvements. All right, do we finish with this particular report? Okay, thank you very much, Director Wilkinson. The next one, let's see, if I can find everything here. Who's next? Who's next? Well, if someone can give me a hand because my pages are mixed up. There we go. Corporate service, nope. Financial, we have. I apologize, thank you. Director Daly. Finance Department updates. Page 79 of your agenda package. Who would like to begin? Any questions? Okay, Councillor Stasiak, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Page 81. Just a little bit of a puzzle. First line of balance as of July 31st, 2026, 2.8 million. What does that mean? Is that all the money we have left in our account?
Madam Chair, Councillor Stasiak. Basically, that means at the beginning of, if you look at the previous chart, June 30th, we had 39 million as a receivable. At the end of July, all taxes are due. So now our current receivable is down to 2.8. So that's just what's left to collect from basically our taxes.
Thank you. I got it. That's kind of what I suspected, but I wasn't quite sure about that.
Thank you. Anybody else have any questions, comments? Well, it looks like we're in good shape. Appreciate all the work that you're doing and the report that you provided to us. That's fantastic. Oh, Councillor Stasiak, go ahead, please.
Thank you through the chair. Page 83, top line again. 5 of the 91 plus are fire related for a total of 14.7. Are we anticipating writing those off as well?
Madam Chair, Councillor Stasiak. No, not at this time. So they're basically, when we go out and fight a fire, they're just what we would charge back to the citizen after a fire. But at this time, I do not believe any of those are going to be written off.
Okay.
Thank you.
And also on page 85, these mail outs that went for oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, we're done then. Thank you so much. Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Awesome. Thanks again. Appreciate it. All right. Now that I have my pages back in order, Director Ambley, thank you so much. The Corporate Services Department update is here for everyone to see. And Councillor Chamzik, please. And then Councillor Stasiak.
Are you okay? Good morning. I was really excited to see the AA policy being in progress and developed. That's awesome. And I just want to also comment underneath communications, it is amazing to see how much information is incoming and outgoing to all of our residents. And it is a lot of work. And it is also very greatly appreciated as well.
Thank you. Counselor Stasiak, yep.
Thank you, through the chair. Just quick question about the mail out. When was that done? Because I haven't received mine yet either.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Stasiak, and through the chair. I sent a note to council last week or to the CAO. We had a bit of a delay with respect to the account with Canada Post. And so they should be going out to the mail today. That is our target date. They're going to be delayed a bit. However, September 4th is a deadline for submission, but we will extend that. And once the date nears, we'll just let people know that we've extended it just to allow people more time. But as it stands, it's about 2.5 weeks for people to respond. We try to make it as easy as possible, fill it out, put it in the return envelope. It'll be stamped and ready to go and addressed to us. So hopefully we get a better response than we did in the online survey last year.
Thank you very much.
Awesome. Counselor Chisholm?
Through the chair, there's a Facebook post, and I don't know if it's the county that does it, but they do like a day, like a shot of the day of Athabasca County. Is that from us or is that from somebody else?
That is an independent Facebook page.
Okay, well, they do a really good job. I was hoping to give kudos, but anyways, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, actually, I do have a couple of questions. Well, not really, well, yeah, question. The quarterly newsletter, which is the County Current and the council highlights, they're great documents. And it's exciting that people can actually go online and subscribe for the council highlights. But one thing that was brought to my attention that I didn't realize, and I thought, oh, okay, they might have a right to complain a little bit, but on the other hand, it's a right to improve, where we're looking at under the news tab on our website, those two documents can't be linked through there. Is there a possibility? I was asked to add those two documents to that link because they're great news to have out as well.
Certainly, I see our communications coordinator looking at it right now.
Oh, perfect.
Through the chair, I'll figure it out.
Oh, that's great. Because yeah, the more news that we get out to people, the better. And I'm impressed with how many people are actually asking for that information. So it's obviously, you know, a success story in my mind for that. And it's always good when people come right to the source for that information, and the easier we can provide it. That's awesome. The other one I think I had, oh, this was more of an opportunity for our cell phone coverage advocacy discussion. Of course, we have a lot of areas that we cannot receive cell service in the county, which has been a real concern, of course, for safety and for people going out and working and whatnot. So we're now bringing on, for safety reasons, Starlink, and having to, of course, outfit our equipment with that capability of having the use of Starlink. So it's really, I think, has increased our costs a lot. And I'm wondering if other municipalities are also forced, or have you heard if other municipalities are also forced to look for other means because cell service is so poor on this side?
Madam Chair, I'm not sure if we explored what other municipalities are doing. We were just focusing, and I believe we did have some budget to address it. But we haven't really talked to other municipalities. We just know that for safety reasons, it was important for us to get the Starlink on some of the equipment.
Absolutely. You know, and like I mentioned, you know, dollars shouldn't be concerned when it comes to safety for sure. But for our cell phone advocacy, it's something we definitely need to have that conversation, hopefully with RMA as well, because we know the eastern portion of our province is really struggling with that. Councillor Chisholm.
Through the chair. So the community grants that are are given to the communities. Is there a place that we can go to? And I'm a little on the old side, a little technically challenged, so I struggle with the website. But is there a place to go, or where can we find the information that, you know, the communities, what communities have gotten and that information?
Certainly, thank you for the question and through the chair. People can phone our office anytime and speak to our grants coordinator, but also on our website, just under community, the grants package is right there. There's a whole entire page dedicated to grants and also kind of a document that we put together to kind of outlining what types of grants are available.
But is there anywhere that you can find the information of what associations or community groups that have received the grants?
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood your question. No, at this time we do not, other than this report, but we were planning to do on our newsletter. I think this last month we did provide a summary of some of the grants. We did flag it, but at the we want to do a year in review. And in that year in review, we want to outline the types of grants that were issued by the county to community groups.
Thank you.
Go ahead, please, Councillor Chamsik.
I received many compliments on that package that was formed together about all of our grants to all of our nonprofits and everything else. And they found it very, very effective to use. And it does list a lot of the criteria on there. That document, I know in the community that I'm in, has been circulated many times and very well received.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Hall?
The chair, on the cemetery improvement grant, the budget balance has been fully expended. Was the demand limited to 3 groups, or like how does were there more than those 3 groups applying, or were those the only 3?
Through the chair, Councillor Hall, yes, there were more than those groups that applied. And in fact, our coordinator has suggested that in the 2027 budget, we actually increase that budget. At any time, council can increase the budget to allow more of the applications to come through, but we do know that it was expended. And I think we had at least one other group that had applied and wasn't able to get the funds. Historically, it's always been stayed at that balance. But we have had internal discussions about increasing that budget. And if council wishes, we can certainly bring an RFD forward to increase that budget.
Is that a wish of council?
I would agree with that. I think it's important.
Okay. Do we have a consensus there to go for that, or do we need a motion? I think we have a consensus to request for more information there, if that's okay. We'll I don't think we need a motion for that, or would you prefer one?
We'll be dealing with that through budget, so we hear the sentiment that you're expressing and we also share that concern. So we will bring forward some options for you through budget, just to add to the challenging decisions you have to make.
Thank you very much. All right, does anybody else have anything for Director Ambley? Okay, thank you again for the great report. We really appreciate the work going into these. Dun, 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 dun. We have our next report is our Infrastructure Services Departmental Update. We have Director Morton here, who is probably aged 100 years through this summer. So we appreciate everything that has gone into this challenging season. Who would like to begin? Go ahead, please, Councillor Calhoun.
Good morning through the chair to Director Morton. I just want to say I appreciate you always getting back in a timely fashion. I know that you're probably the most bombarded of anyone with emails and requests and people wanting stuff done yesterday. I do just have one question with the ditch mowing. It looks fabulous. I just had a question from a few residents. There's been a lot of trees left growing in front of culverts. Is there a reason for that? Is someone coming back to remove them? I didn't have an answer because I'm not the expert. So, I mean, if it is what it is, that's fine too.
Through the chair, I can tell you that probably the reason for that is our increased position that we don't want to see the culverts damaged by the mowers. So they're taking a little more cautious approach. So we'll have to look at that to be done a different way. But we were seeing a few culverts being damaged, so.
Okay, so if there is any, I'm gonna say trees or debris causing an issue, just maybe let you know about those specific ones. Okay, perfect, thank you.
Counselor Chamzak.
Through the chair, just two questions, page 92. Just wondering if we could have division numbers with those bridge file numbers, please. If that's possible. And my only other question that I see is on page 95, when it talks about the livestock emergency response plan. How does that coordinate with our emergency response plan? Is that a part of it, or does that stay in the agricultural sector? Just curiosity.
Through the chair, I don't know the answer to that. I'll have to get that answer back to you. I'll chat with Ryan and see if the two are connected, but.
Thank you very much.
If I'm not mistaken, I believe in the consultations with the emergency management plan, that is something that is going to be included, but it's still in consultation process.
There you go.
Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome. Counselor DeHollick.
Yes, I am very, very pleased with the graveling program, the type of gravel we're using and where we're putting it. It's really been a big success in my area, and I received quite a few compliments. Also, the crowning, I see there some nice crowning happening on the roads. Is that part of that education, the 3-day educational that they had received?
Through the chair, some of it, but more than anything, it's a lot easier to maintain a gravel road when you have something to work with. You know, I know our operators take the brunt of I guess the condition of the road, but they need something to work with. And when they have sufficient gravel, they can do a much better job of maintaining the road. So I'd say a combination of, you know, a focus by the department to ensure that we have improved ground on the road, to ensure that the water is getting off of the road, as well as, you know, trying to get some gravel on the road for them to work with.
Yeah, it's very, you know, it's very good. And another thing, I'm a little confused on some areas, our garbage dumps. Is that the waste management part? So we don't know, we have nothing to do with it, huh?
No.
So if a local farmer that farms next door wants to take down the fence and put up a new one, to beautify it, because it is ugly in Grassland, the fence. He wants to clean that up, or he wanted us to clean it up, but he says if we don't, he can do it. So who would give him permission to do that?
Through the chair, so this is for a transfer station?
No, at the Grassland dump site, yeah, transfer station.
Yeah, I would say that the commission has the property. He would have to go through the waste commission. Sorry, I just send them an annual payment. That's all I have to do with regional waste.
Okay, and signs, whose department looks after that?
Through the chair, outside of transfer stations, and they would be us. It would be my department.
It would be your department. Okay, you got my information in Brainette.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is April still sign month?
Oh, every day is sign day.
Sign day, sign month. Go ahead, please, Councillor Stasiak.
Thank you. Page 93. I got a call last night from the library group asking for an update, so I reserved comment until I discussed it here to see if it was appropriate. I see this is not enclosed. Bullet point 3, sent out RFQ for new Rochester Library garage retrofit. Is there anything that you could share with us that would be appropriate that I could relay back to them as far as what we're what we're quoting on or anybody involved and such? That,
I haven't reviewed that RFQ, but I can send you out an email after I chat with Jamie about what was included in the RFQ. It hasn't closed yet, so there's
Correct.
no pricing.
no,
But
that,
I can give council an update on,
yeah,
you know,
okay.
what was kind of included in it.
Okay, or just kind of so that I can relay back some information to them. And before I move on, just for Councillor Chisholm's question earlier, I was scrambling trying to figure out where I seen it before. But if you refer to page 166 or 167, that may help you with some of your questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Janczyk. Yeah, and then Councillor Hall.
So a couple things. Are the RFQs posted on the Alberta Purchasing Connection?
Yes.
So does it really seem like a good use of administrative time for you to send that to us when we all have the internet and get it ourselves?
If I may.
The question that I have for the director through the chair is regarding dust control. Do you have a position on the warranty on the placement of that? I can think of a couple of spots maybe where the dust control product, you know, which was relatively expensive, was paid for, put down, and it absolutely poured rain that day or the next day to the point where some of those locations, if you didn't know it was already there, you may not know it was there when you drove by it this morning.
Through the chair, so if we're aware of those sites, we can assess them and see if we can still get some product. In the odd situation we do, when they completely disappear, we don't, you know, we have to be careful, otherwise the program could double. But if it's completely gone, we would definitely assess that and see what we could do with it.
Well, and I ask, I mean, not even as much for 2026, but I think a lot of people purchase that with an expectation they'll get a 2-year cycle out of it. And my suspicion is that next year they won't get the value add from it. So I don't know, you know, at the risk of the program change cost going up, or if there's some thinking around even a lighter application to help with it in the future. The second question is around process. So council has committed significant resources to gravel acquisition. We've added millions of dollars more to our gravel acquisition budget in the last couple of months. So I'm just wondering if you can share for council the safeguarding process that we use in the county to ensure the gravel that we purchase meets the gravel that we spec, and how we monitor that and make sure that's the case. Because I know when I've driven around and am traveling for work and other reasons, you know, what I see on the ground in Division 6 is not what I see on the ground in Division 4. In terms of, you know, as a layman and not a gravel expert, the quantity of fractured rock versus semi-smooth rock versus, I don't know what the other fine sand, dust, chips. What's our process look like to make sure we're protecting that investment?
So through the chair, for our own aggregates that we've purchased, of course, you know, we have it tested by a third-party engineering firm. And so, you know, those were done during the production of the aggregate for quality control. For, you know, other sources that we're trying to acquire through third party where they're supplying, you know, we have to rely on the information they have, as well as trying to, you know, go from a visual perspective. There is a significant difference when you go from, you know, one supplier to another. And, you know, some of it we're really happy with. And then some of it, you know, we've had to maybe alter where we're getting it. So yeah, basically we rely on any information they have from testing or just trying to do a visual on our own. You know, it's even when you look at, you know, the graveling we've done in Division 9, you know, if you look at the Saudi Road versus, you know, some of the other ones, Saudi Road came from way up north. And, you know, it was beautiful aggregate. It's just that, you know, the cost was such that we couldn't really continue with that. But, you know, and then won't get into any of the other sites, but, you know, there is a difference. And we try and do the best we can, but under the circumstances, we're really just trying to get some volumes out at the moment. But anything that, you know, doesn't seem to fit the spec for us, we'll alter that, where it's come from.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Chamzik?
I just have a question. That neat little unit pictured in page 92 there. Just wondering, when it comes down to efficiencies, instead of having an excavator, that has been a great little tool for like flood mitigation and all of those things. And on the expense scale, any opinions on that?
Yeah, through the chair, I don't know what the hourly rate is. I'm assuming that it's similar to a Traco, but it's a local contractor. You know, it has its niche that works very, very well. You know, in some cases, it might not be the best equipment for the job, but getting the debris from out around the bridges, as long as it's within reach of that, it works very well. And so we've had him do a number of locations at the bridges. Some of it, you know, even after the high water events, just for proactive approach for next season, right? So yeah, definitely it's come in very handy for us.
Yeah, I had a couple people phone me and tell me what a kind of a neat little unit it is. I never had the opportunity to see it, but I've seen the benefits of its work. So, you know, when I would imagine, I don't know much about construction, but during years like this, the hose probably busy out elsewhere. So it's a great resource to be able to still get stuff done. So that's just neat. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chisholm, and then Councillor Hall.
Through the chair, I hate to be the person you guys are working so hard, so I just want to give kudos for that. But there's still a lot of complaints from when they call the Public Works number. They just feel that they're not getting a response. And I know we talked about this before, of people the county not getting back to people to let them know what's going on. Is there, it's an issue out there for the ratepayers, and I don't know if this has been addressed, and I just kind of feel bad about bringing it up, but I do know it's a concern when people do call, and they said they've called Public Works and they get no response. And I know like frustrations are high in your department too, because they're getting a lot of phone calls, but I don't know, can you give me a little bit or something, just some information? Thank you.
Through the chair, you know, we have internal meetings with our senior staff as well. You know, I just had one Friday, and one of the primary focus topics was the importance of responding to calls, and at least getting back to people. They're not always going to like the answer, but from the public's perspective, have some patience. You know, it's not a text message that you can send and 30 seconds later we're going to respond. We need time to go out and investigate the call, and it's kind of pointless to return the call until you've had the opportunity to go out and investigate it and have some level of knowledge of what you're speaking to when you call them back. So yeah, sometimes it's going to take a couple days, because you know, there's days that we have 50 to 60 come in before lunch, right? So, you know, staff need to go out and look at every one of those. We understand the desire to have more efficient response, But we really do need to look at them before we return the call so that we know what we're referencing. So that being said, yeah, there's definitely some that fall through the cracks. And we've had internal discussions on what we can do to improve that and to ensure that it's a priority to make sure that people receive a callback. Depending on how the first callback goes, the second one might be delayed even further. But you know, if you're getting screamed at, but anyway, we do focus on it, and it has been a topic where we'll definitely be trying to improve.
Thank you.
Please go ahead, CAO.
In terms of the customer service aspects of that, certainly, in trying to follow up through the emails, et cetera, I have to say staff are making a concerted effort. The other point I want to raise is that the county really lacks a good automated system to make it easier for the public. I mean, in most communities, a lot of those requests for service or concerns are registered through the website, and the process disseminates them to the departments, and we can load the information and track it. And Marshall is correct. It does take some time to go out and look at the issue before you can formulate a course of action. But right now, we lack a good automated system. It makes it more challenging for the public, and quite frankly, it makes it more labor intensive for us to follow up, et cetera, and make sure, do our best not to miss following up on any of them. So that's something that we really do need to look at. We've discussed it at the leadership team. And but I want to express that part of our problem here is the lack of a good, sophisticated, easy to use for the public automated system, because right now we've got a partially automated system would be the best I would describe it. So that's a discussion we're going to have.
Thank you. That's really good information. And Marshall, I know they try their best, so, but it's good to hear like what some of the steps are taken in public. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Awesome, thank you. And I'll also echo that it's great to hear that there's issues that have been identified, but there's also solutions that may be able to help coming forward. So it always also takes a budget. So we have to have those discussions as well to make those types of automations work as well. Anyone else? Councillor Hall, yes.
So I had two notes through the chair. One of them was just that the reminder that we are in the service business. The county, everything we do is service business, whether it's serving the residents directly or people who serve residents. And I appreciate the responsiveness that I've seen to ratepayer concerns, with the understanding that there's a limit to how fast you can get through lists, and the more calls that come in, the less work that gets done because you're chasing your tail. And certainly would support a better CRM software to monitor that service request and response time. So we actually have data to base decisions on. Like when people tell us, oh, I haven't had a call back or this or that, I think often when you look at the real data that's behind it, it's important to be able to see what's actually going on. So we can measure how well we're doing and be able to say, on average, we respond in 2.7 days or whatever that is. I was wondering if the director would be able to provide council with an update on the planning and the timing of the move to the new public works shop.
Through the chair, I'm gonna be very blunt, is that we've spent very little time planning the move. We're still working on the place, getting it so that it's 100% ready when we move in. So it's not like we're not doing anything with it. But as far as an actual move, it really is on hold until we can get some of these other priorities looked after. You know, we may have to run our plow trucks out of this yard again this year. I don't think we're probably going to be able to get a salt storage facility built out there before. You know, and to move, I basically need to have my staff and crews available to move. Right now, they're busy graveling, still doing other programs. I'm gonna say that we're probably not gonna focus on a move until fall.
Appreciate that there's limited resources and the, you know, the prioritization on serving residents first.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stasia?
Thank you, through the chair. One last question. Page 95. Are you a certified playground inspector now?
Through the chair, myself?
I
No, I am not, but we do have on staff. One of my staff is,
Good to know. Thank you.
yes.
Appreciate that. I need one.
Oh,
Rochester.
Thank you very much. Before I let you go, I've got a couple of things too. So when you mentioned the salt storage facility, would that mean that the one that we have in the yard will, when it eventually gets set up over in the new yard, this one will be not utilized, or we'll have two?
two,
We'll have two. Okay, good to know. So we can kind of,
yes.
yeah, more efficiently service east-west. Yeah, perfect. How do you feel about where we're sitting with the current date and the gravel haul?
This week will tell us more, it looks like we're gonna have maybe more than 2 days in a row of sunshine. So, we have 7 trucks hauling on the big spread right now today, and 5 on our other spread that we're doing with our own. So we're running out of 2 divisions, right? We've been doing that where we're trying to work in 2 divisions. Currently, we have a crew in Division 7, which is the big spread. And then our crew started in Division 1 this morning, I believe. We on the report here, you see we had 50,000 out. We're probably just over 60 now after yesterday. On a normal year, that's 60% of the program done. This year, it's not. Do I think we're going to get everything that we've kind of identified on the maps done? We would have to have an awfully good stretch of weather to accomplish that. Now, we can gravel into October as long as, the forecast of a warm fall is correct. So that would help. But I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I'm going to get 100% of what we've identified completed. We've already lost, since we've even started talking about that, we've probably lost 6 more days. But, I think we're making pretty decent headway considering, the weather we've experienced, and the crews have been very good at jumping around, where supervisors will go out at 6 o'clock in the morning and try and find somewhere where it's dry. And then we send the trucks there. So, we might be working in this area and then people are upset because we stopped because we got rained out, but we went somewhere else. So they really are hopping all over to wherever it was dry in between the rains. When the weather's good like this, we'll stay and focus on where we're at. So, considering they've been dealing with, I think they've done quite well.
Absolutely. No, I agree. And thank you so much for that update. Of course, that's always the questions we get asked,
Yeah.
right? So it's good to have that information to be able to forward on, and maybe try and prevent some more phone calls coming your way. So that's great information. And I guess more than anything, I mean, it's been such a challenging year. We don't normally see years like this and where, we're into this, our programs are delayed. Do you feel you have enough staff? Is that a budget conversation that we should be having?
I would suggest that a budget discussion is greatly required. I think I need to identify where best those resources would fit. On sunny days, I'm real short. On rain days, I have plenty. So, I think more than anything, we need to talk about how we're going to manage things in the future. Using contracted equipment locally isn't maybe something that has been done here a lot in the past, I think it's a great way of getting things done efficiently, hiring local contractors. But then you need somebody to, you know, do the planning and the coordination and all the first calls, everything, and supervise that crew. You know, that it's one of the things I'm gonna be looking at here. I gotta get something done with these flood projects. So, you know, that might be, we haven't touched any of those flood projects since we've started graveling. Unless it was, you know, the road was closed or impassable. So, you know, that's one way that I can do it. If I bring in somebody temporarily to look after a crew, you know, if I can find somebody, everybody's busy, right?
Absolutely.
So I don't even know if there's equipment available. So it's some of the things that we're trying to juggle and balance and look into all at the same time, and we'll see what we can get. So,
Right. No, and that's the thing, you know, budget talks are coming around the corner, so it's just something we should be looking at and considering here and making sure that, you know, you're well supported, right? And so, you know, that's the only way we can get through some of these challenging times, right?
I think everybody realizes that there's a very limited number of staff
Yep.
in public works. So,
Absolutely. Okay.
yeah.
No, I appreciate that. Also, which I found was really cool that I checked out was notice on page 91, the public facing gravel dashboard. Awesome. That's pretty cool to see. So I don't know if everybody's had a chance to look at that online. This doesn't work so well on your phones, but it works very well on a desktop or a laptop. And another place that we can send our public to have a look at and pay attention to that kind of thing. And you see those numbers increasing all the time, almost by the hour. You know, every time you go and look at, oh, look at that, there's another 5,000. You know, it's pretty cool. So thank you very much for putting that together. That's really another really great tool to have. Appreciate that.
Through the
Uh,
chair,
yeah.
sorry, or chair. I just wanted to point out that some of that information is a bit delayed. Like on the big spread, we try and update it every night, right? When they're collecting the data. But the stuff that is done through our own trucks, it's still done manually. It's not being tracked and through a tablet like the big spread. So it is sometimes there's a bit of a delay. So, you know, the numbers you're seeing are usually a little bit lower than what our actuals, because there might be 2 days or 3 days behind on our own trucks, because it all has to be input manually. The other stuff is updated digitally every night. So
That's awesome. And that, you know, like I say, a great tool and it's so nice to see all these improvements coming forward, especially for the public to see. Just to go back here real quick, on the RFQs, that's the Alberta procurement website, Alberta procurement. What is it? Alberta
APC.
APC, and it's, what's the acronym? Alberta
Alberta Purchasing Connection.
Connection. So that is a website I don't know if everybody's familiar with. And it was mentioned, you know, we all have the internet, some public don't have the internet, but if council is willing to have a look at that, you can filter out and just choose Athabasca County on that particular website, and it'll show you all of the different ones, past, present, you know, what, if it's been awarded, if it's being considered, and all those types of things. So just as well for the public to know, if that's something that, you know, they want to know what's happening, that they're able to check that out as well. So just a website there for that information. Is always good to know where we can find this stuff. But I think everybody's asked what they needed to ask or commented. So once again, kudos to all you guys out there who are working your high knees off, for the lack of better words. It's really appreciated. It's being noticed. I know I'm getting more and more phone calls, and people are, you know, stopping you in the street and saying, I got gravel, right? Or they're mentioning my road's really improved, or, you know, you're hearing all of these types of things that are coming forward. So you need to know that people are seeing it. They're appreciative of it. You know, there's, of course, we're behind the 8 ball this year just because of the season that we've had, but it's, people are really noticing. So thank you very much. Awesome. Okay, I think everybody, we've done our reports. The counselor updates are next. I know how do we want to begin? I know I didn't get a chance to do a full report and I will go ahead, please, Counselor Chamzik.
I can just start. Of course, many board and committee meetings have met, working on policies, prepping for upcoming budgets coming forward, those types of things. I had the opportunity in Boyle to attend the Wildberry Festival. I think it was great and happy to see that Athabasca County contributed to the event. And it was a really great draw in from a regional perspective. Just last week here, Ken and I also met with, ASB's chairs meeting, and it was a really valuable meeting to be able to go to, just to see different municipalities and their thoughts on views, various subjects such as declarations, Club Route, Weed Act, those types of things. And around the community, of course, roads and gravel are always the main topics, but I find it really interesting. The longer that our weather patterns have stayed the same, the more understanding our residents have truly gotten, and understanding the roads are soft and they're not always able to get to those sections where it may be required until it dries up. And other than that, just yesterday, we had the excellent opportunity to meet with MLA, Mr. Glenn Van Dyken, for the announcement on behalf of the province, on behalf with the province of Alberta, Minister Dreeshen, and along with Reeve Holland for $1.9 million invested back in our communities with culverts. And other than that, I feel pretty positive with everything that's been going on with the county, and we're trying our best to move forward. And that's about all I have from what I see in my notes. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Chisholm.
Good morning. Most of my meetings and with committees have been canceled just because nobody can seem to get together and meet. It's summer and it's been busy, so lots of them have been pushed back. So Rural Women's Conference, we are actually meeting on Friday of this week. So we've tried a few times this summer to get together, and it hasn't been possible. So I think we're getting back to normal after the summer break. The good thing that I do want to highlight is our Ag Service Board. The crew there has been working really hard with their programs, but they've listened to some of the things of education, getting some education out there. And one of the first workshops that they held was on August 6th. It was a cattle workshop. We had 17 people registered, so that was really good. The unfortunate part, we had the storm the night before, so a lot of them couldn't make it because they were fixing fence. So in the end, we still had probably 8 to 10 that attended. And it was good information. So we talked about genetics, like the generics of your cattle. That was the first speaker, and what they've done in the industry to gather the information of what makes a good cow and where our profits are. So that was really good information for the cow-calf producer. And again, some of that stuff, like I would like to see in my herd, so it was good information. The other one that for the rest of the day that on Facebook, there's a Redline Livestock, and it's a young family that has come up through the ranks and just have really built their cow-calf operation. And so they talked about that. So it was really good information, informal. So we had a lot of interaction after, good discussion. I'm just really happy to see that the Ag Service Board is pushing this forward, and they're working with the County of Lac La Biche as well. So they're whenever they have speakers come in, they're piggybacking that, so to cut down expenses for our county. So kudos. It was a very good workshop. So I look forward to what Ryan and the crew are doing for the fall here. Other than that, I've been struggling in the field, like the other farmers in our area. So
Thank you very much. That's awesome. Counselor DeHollick.
Not too much lots happening, mainly road tours and meeting with the constituents. I could say that probably most of them are happy with what's happening right now. I got in invited to a Community Futures 40-year anniversary. And I believe it's in September, and I don't know, and this is in Lac La Biche. We had a representative on Community Futures in Lac La Biche because it does serve a part of the county. Why we don't have membership there, I don't know. I also got an invite for ARPA, and I want to talk about that, and I don't know what the right time is to talk about that. If we want to talk about it now, or we're bring it up at another meeting.
We will be having calendars coming on the 20th, pardon me, that we can bring that up. And I believe we are members, if I'm not mistaken. When I went on the website to have a look at the, they have like an interactive map, and it looked like the county was a member.
Of the ARPA?
Yeah, that's the Alberta Recreational
Parks. I kind of thought not, but maybe. But
Yeah, it mentioned, it showed it, and it could be a delayed map, it could be an old map. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but I'd like to talk about it
Sure.
sometime, and I am sure that maybe some of you guys would too as well.
Right, yeah.
That's about it. I've kind of been, I'm going for surgery here soon. As a matter of fact, I go see the surgeon on Thursday, so I don't know if there's going to be any more people absent, but am I the only one? I cannot.
Well, I wouldn't worry about that kind of thing. Your medical is yours. We'll
I
be
feel
fine
bad.
with,
'Cause
yeah.
I was just I don't want to be short here.
I'm
I
sure
I
that-
can't cancel this.
No, and I wouldn't worry. Well,
So,
I'm pretty sure
yeah.
we'll have. quorum.
And I don't know when I'm going for surgery, but we'll look at that. I mean, that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Counselor Stasiak.
I don't have a whole lot to add from, I was with Kelly at the Mirror Lake ASB we'll call them leadership chairman meeting. A couple of things that were focused on was the club route was one important issue. They wanted to take away the mandatory factor out of it and leave it to the municipality to decide whether they're going to monitor it or not. But quite a bit of discussion about that as far as whether or not the data would go by the wayside if municipalities got negligent. So it was kind of the consensus that we would keep it as it is, so that way we're forced to do the inspections and keep the data in place. The other one that was kind of an interesting topic was the fines for weed control and how effective they would be, as opposed to kind of negotiate with these farmers or offer some sort of support in order to entice them to keep better control of their weeds. And of course, there was discussion, and I'm sure it's in most municipalities, where people are saying, well, the municipality should clean up their own weeds as well in their ditches and so on. So it was a very good meeting. I really enjoyed that and got a lot of information from it. The other thing I did was I was here yesterday as well with some of the council to accept some funding from the provincial government. And hopefully that goes as far as we anticipate it should. Other than that, my main focus for the month was to go out to all the phone calls that I've been getting. I make a point of going and actually visiting the site and talking to the people to make sure I fully understand what I'm bringing forward on their behalf. So that's kept me fairly busy. And a lot of them I managed to smoothen the water out a little bit so that they were satisfied with the explanation and how the municipality functions, and they were okay with that. And others, well, I'm still here to bring some of the concerns forward. So other than that, that's it.
Awesome, thank you very much. Counselor Callahan.
All right, well, it's been, a little slow on meetings and stuff, but they will be picking up like September all the way through December, starting to look very, very busy. I've got to enjoy a little bit of like the non-rainy days though. We had our annual river float August 1st. It didn't rain that whole day. We had jet boats, paddle boards, canoes, you name it. I forgot to make a total count this year. I usually do, but I think I was just in shock with like the sunshine, whatever. I just enjoyed the river instead. Everyone got back safe. We had a nice potluck at the end. It was awesome. I will be adding these to calendars on Thursday when we do it, but I just kind of want to do a little extra promotion. On the evening of August 22nd, everyone is welcome to come down to Riverside after dark, and we're going to float biodegradable lanterns in the remembrance of loved ones who've passed. So if you have someone that you would like to come float a lantern for, it'll be beautiful and whatever, you're very welcome to come. Also, we're just starting to gear up because of the rain, the annual Athabasca Riverboat Association had to cancel their poker rally and jet boat rodeo. It's been rescheduled. So the jet boat poker rally will be on August 29th, meeting here in town. You'll get your route and your poker chips if you want to join. And if you don't have a jet boat and still want to come watch some fun the following day on the Sunday at noon down at Riverside, will be the jet boat rodeo, which is usually hilarious and fun to watch. And then I just wanted to give a special shout out. I did send in an email, but to the emergency staff that work on the weekend, I had to phone them for a resident. Not only did they come out promptly, they phoned and let me know what was going on. It was a serious issue. They had a conversation with the residents that called, and they had later phoned me, and they were just so appreciative of that conversation, and that it wasn't just someone took my call and then didn't know if they came out or not. They knew what was happening, why it was happening, when it was going to be fixed. So just a big shout out to those people that were on call that Sunday. That's it.
Awesome. Thank you, Councillor Hall.
So the committee reports will, of course, come in through the council format, but I think like everybody, there's been the phone calls, emails, and face-to-face conversations around road conditions, and a lot of understanding from people on those challenges and the challenging weather and the progress that's being made. And I think the biggest thing is, people want to know what's happening and when it's happening, and are pretty understanding that not everybody can be first on the list. Couple brief conversations around taxes and spending priorities and concerns with the departure of CO Beck, but otherwise most of that focused around infrastructure, and that's the big stuff. I mean, as most committees and other things kind of are a little bit slower in the summer. So
thank you so much. I must say I've been extremely busy and unfortunately didn't get a full-on out report put together, but since our last committee of the whole, I attended quite a few different events. The Royal Canadian Legion celebrated their 100th anniversary, so that was really neat to go and see, and a lot of people turned out for that and celebrated. I mentioned earlier the Emergency Advisory Committee meeting we had was very informative, and you got to see the report here today, so that was an excellent meeting to be at as well. We did the of course, I think I mentioned earlier, we did the Canada Day Parade, July 1st, which was absolutely fun. That we had so much fun that day, and I really appreciate everybody coming out and the donations of all the candies and the camaraderie that we experienced that day was just absolutely amazing. And I'm looking forward to the planning for next year on that. Let's see, where else have I got going on? I'm just trying to find it here. I know in the rest of July kept me very busy with meeting with residents. There was a lot of residents who wanted to discuss roads, and it was really nice to be able to sit down and hear their perspective, and then be able to explain a little bit of our challenges and what's been going on, and to receive that understanding really made a big difference. And so that was really nice to be able to have those conversations. A lot of phone calls, of course, are also coming through. Let's see, what else did we have going on in July? Again, it was super busy with, like I say, mentioning with meetings. The Athabasca Landing Trail work has been ongoing. And so that, of course, is summer season, but it's been delayed and quite a few things of being on the trail. But there's work happening with regards to the master plan, the website that is being released hopefully very soon for the Athabasca Landing Trail. There is also the 150th anniversary of the trail is this year. And so there's some subcommittee that was created, and they're coming up with some really neat ideas on how each municipality that's involved on the trail can celebrate it. And so we're Councillor Chamzik and I will be sitting down here very shortly to figure out what's, we can bring back to council to say, okay, is this a good idea, or how does everybody feel about this? And we'll also really hopefully being able, fingers crossed, that rain moves off that forecast, that we're able to get some volunteers out on Sunday to do the trail cleanup that will be coming up very shortly. We, as mentioned, had the meeting with Minister Dreeshen, which was absolutely fantastic. I really appreciate the time that he gave us to discuss the connector. So I think it was an extremely productive meeting, and it went very, very well. And we had some time as well to chat with Lac-La-Biche County afterwards. And it's great to have them as partners and working with us on this very important project. And then, of course, we had the announcement yesterday with MLA Van Dyken. And it was really neat to have him here and have a coffee and visit after we did the press release for that, also to celebrate the funding that we've received as well from the support from the province. So that was really great to have that conversation with him afterwards and discuss a few of our strategic priorities that we have going on here. And I really appreciated all the councillors that were available that were able to come and join us for that, because it was, we don't often get to have those impromptu type coffee visits with the MLA. So we definitely took advantage of it, and it was a great opportunity to have that visit. So I'm looking forward to, as you mentioned, meeting month, and it's go time. So we're going to soon be seeing budget. We're going to soon be seeing all of those meetings, and October is going to be extremely busy, and well, we'll be right busy again right through till May. So buckle up, folks. And and I'd also shout out to CEO Benedetto. Thank you so much for joining us in such a busy time, and it's such a difficult season. We so appreciate you being here and taking all of this on and finding so many different items that we can actually prove on. And I'm looking forward to continuing the work with you. So thank you so much for being here.
Well, through the Reeve, I express my appreciation to council. I appreciate this opportunity. I'm passionate about municipal work, and I have to say you've got a lot of good people in the organization, and I'm appreciating getting to know them and collaborate with them to find solutions that we can bring forward for your consideration. So I thank you as well.
Awesome. Well, thanks, folks. And I think it's getting close to 11, and I'm betting everybody would like a break, right? Like a recess. It's just where I was going to go. So if we can do a 10-minute recess, that would be fantastic. And if everybody could come back, please, at 11:03, 11:05. Let's just make it a good even 11:05. we're good to go. Thank you so much. We're back from our recess. We are at 6.1 strategic priorities. It's page 96 to 99 of your agenda package. We do have a recommendation here from administration that the committee of whole forward the revised strategic priorities chart to council for adoption. But I'm guessing CEO Benedetto, would you like to weigh in on the report?
Well, I just want to highlight a couple of issues. We're suggesting to you that priority number 2 become road recovery phase program, 10 to 50-year gravel development strategy. And, I know that you are well aware through all of the hard work you do interacting with our residents and our citizens, the level of concern over roads. And I think it's fair to say that the current state of the roads has probably developed over a period of time. And what can happen during drier cycles, some of the drainage and shoulder pulls and some of the things that help you in an incredible year like this don't seem to get the same focus, or they don't get the same budget priority. So we really need to give some careful thought to what is involved over some period of time to recover our roads and start doing some of that work on an annual basis that helps you in a difficult year. So that will be an important discussion. There's been some alluding to budget, and yes, that will be a very important discussion around our roads and staffing and public works, as well as some other issues that we're dealing with. But that's why we've suggested, and as well, this 10 to 50-year gravel development strategy. I know the county has acquired some properties to assist in that regard, but we really need to go through the process of testing and firming up the quality and the quantity. And there's all kinds of issues around how much overburden, cost effective getting it on the roads. And of course, you always need to be looking ahead because of the reclamation requirements. So we are suggesting that to you. The other, I guess I've asked if there are any questions on that first. And then I've got a concern under the operational initiatives about the relocation of the shop not being listed, but maybe I'd respond to any other questions you have or concerns you have, or if you are supportive of moving up in the priorities, this issue of road recovery and long-term gravel development strategy, if you're comfortable.
That's great. Thank you very much. I know we had a lot of discussion, of course, back in June 18th with regards to updating our strategic plan, and I think this is going in a really positive direction. But Councillor DeHollick, if you'd like to go ahead.
Yeah, I really support that, As far as the road repairs, I'm looking forward to getting some money to do some shoulder pulls, and I don't even know where to start in Division 6 because I see so many roads that need shoulder pulls. So, and I'm sure every other division is the same way. So we're going to be looking at a pretty hefty budget to even start. So I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Chisholm.
Through the chair, and the annual road work being a part of this strategic plan, I think is quite important too. So thank you for addressing that.
Awesome. Councillor Chamzik.
If administration and staff feel that it's doable, I'm in support.
Thank you. Over here on this side of the table, anybody? Councillor Stasiak.
Yeah, not much more to add. I'm in favor of this. I like the idea of working on these roads and getting that as a priority as high as possible. Thank you.
Awesome. Anybody else?
What was the question?
How are you feeling about this, the revised strategic priorities chart?
Okay, because I thought the CEO asked how we felt about adding the public works shop move higher in the priorities list. So I just wonder, are we all in the same discussion?
Yeah, there's two. Sorry. Through the chair, the first question was around the strategic priority number 2, placing the higher priority roads. And yes, it was there, but this is giving it higher priority. The second part is under operational. I'd like to discuss the shop question with you. That's part 2.
So when we undertook this initiative, we all had a clear understanding and an agreement that you can't have a continuously growing list of top priorities. At the first opportunity to revise it, and I'm assuming that the old one, number 5, the road network plan, I think we consider that complete. And so that comes off. That means there's one space to add a new priority. And it concerns me that we don't have the discipline to limit the top 5 priorities, which have now become the top 7. Does it mean the next time we're doing it, it's the top 9, top 15? And then we're back to the free for all of no discipline and no plan. So I think we need, I mean, number one, I don't understand what the Alpac Road issue, like that's not really that well defined for me. What are we going to take off to stay at a top 5? The conversations we had when we built this were around being disciplined, to limit focus, to getting stuff done, so administration could have a clear focus on items that they could knock off and nail it and then add new, nail it and then add new. So when I look at the top 5 or top 7, three of them at least, I think, are public works related. I wonder if we want to be careful about how much burden we place on one department and make sure that we've, got clarity from administration that they have the capacity to do that. And then a red line version would have been handy to really be able to compare the differences on this in a more expedient fashion. But we've added advocacy and partners on the Ploumonan Connector. Well, I'm not sure. I mean, we had 3 advocacy issues. That was our conversation, and now we're to 4. That one's probably already covered by the next bullet under, or the section underneath under advocacy, the partner section. Or do we drop one of the other 3? Like, I'm going to say we can't just keep adding. We have to take the discipline to actually make choices.
Thank you for that. Councillor Chisholm, Councillor DeHollick, and I'll also weigh in as well. Oh, and Councillor Chamzik.
Madam Chair, I believe a strategic plan is a living document, and I think it does have to change as priorities change within the county. So I know what Councillor Hall is saying, and I understand that it shouldn't change wishy-washy all the time, but I don't believe that's what we're doing. We're just trying to prioritize as things change within the county. So I think the suggestions that have been put forward by the CAO are very, I think, things that we do need to address and make sure that that's part of our strategic plan. So yes, we should stick to the plan as much as we can, but I do think we, as a county, we have to remember that there is changing priorities, which I think we've seen in this past year. So that's my thought on that.
Thank you so much, Councillor DeHollick.
Well, I agree with that, and I could see that there is the Spring Road repairs is kind of an emergency. So I can see that being moved up. And another one is the building move in. Well, we got that building at a deal, and it was never on the plan. So I think it's just oversight, or it's there because we got the building. And that's why it's there. We weren't anticipating on buying that building when we did this strategic plan.
Thank you, Councillor Chamzik.
I agree with a lot of what my colleagues say. I think when it comes down to the priority listing, some of those things are, in my opinion, are kind of at a standstill or in that administrative phase, so that they're really not, I don't know for sure, but coming forward tomorrow necessarily as well. But as for the public works building, if administration feels that they have the capacity to be able to execute that without interfering with all the other operational needs, I am in support of it.
Thank you. Since we've had this conversation, I do recall back in June 18th when we had the committee of the whole meeting, there were 2 items that were mentioned, one of them being the new building move-in, and that was to be added to the infrastructure box, and we had agreed on it at that time when the conversation took place in June. So that's part of the notes that I had made. And there's the other item that we didn't put down, but we also discussed today and is already being done is the Skyways project. And so that was put down under the economic development box to add to that one as well. And I'm happy to hear that it's already being discussed and looking forward to having that conversation. When it comes to our strategic priorities in whether they be 5, 7, 10, these are the items that we're currently working with. And I think it's extremely important that we notice that the priorities are 1 through 7. They're not, priority 1 is priority 2. There's timelines for them. As mentioned, there'll be ongoing. We do have, I'm assuming, administrative support on these because administration has brought them forward and probably has already evaluated the time that they have to spend and if they have those resources to look at these priorities and keep them going. And as you mentioned, it is a fluid document. It is constantly changing. And so I am in full support of what we have been presented here today. I see, we have a lot of projects that are going to require some time, but I've seen a lot of success come out of planning like this, and I really appreciate the fact that it was brought to us today. I would just request that we add those 2 items, the new building move-in that was discussed in June and the Skyways project to our strategic plan under both those boxes. Because of course we, at that time, agreed those were also important as well. So administration ultimately has the ball when it comes to the time that they have to put in here. And I'm quite sure we will receive updates and reports. And if we have to make changes, we make changes. But that's what this is all about. And I really appreciate what we're seeing here today. So where are we going, folks?
Do you need a motion
Yep.
for those 2 additions?
Well, I think if we look at the recommendation that the Committee of the Whole forward the revised strategic priorities chart to council for adoption as amended, we can use that. Okay, Councillor Chamzik, you'd like to go forward with that motion? Councillor Chamzik? Yeah, sorry.
No.
No, I missed it. Sorry. Okay, so the motion on the floor, Councillor Chamzik is moving that the Committee of the Whole forward the revised strategic priorities chart to council for adoption as amended. If we're all ready for that particular vote, all those in favor? And opposed? We have 7 and 1. Thank you. All right, 6.2. This is a big one. So 6.2 is the procedural bylaw and the governance and priorities committee. This was came forth from March 24th, Committee of the Whole. It's page 100 through 149 of your agenda package. First and foremost, thank you so much for all of the work that you've put into this. It's a huge document. And I see there's a lot of improvements that we would see from our previous procedural bylaw, and including the changing the name from Committee of the Whole to the governance and priorities that we had discussed. So I'm going to turn it over, the floor over to yourself, Ms. McConnell, and if you'd like to walk us through, that'd be awesome. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. As you noted, there was a discussion at the March Committee of the Whole meeting where we presented some thoughts on the current procedural bylaw, as well as an example of procedural bylaw from another municipality. And that really set the stage for council or committee to go through and kind of identify things that you like and maybe would like to change or would prefer to retain. So we have consolidated some of that feedback and looked at other municipalities and looked at your current bylaw and presented to you a draft bylaw for your consideration. What I do want to point out though, meeting procedures are discretionary, but they are a best practice. But we do also anticipate that the minister will be bringing forward a ministerial order with respect to procedures, and that was established recently with some of the changes to the Municipal Government Act. So do you want me to walk you through just some of the high-level changes?
Absolutely.
Sure.
Is everybody ready for that?
So
Good.
on
Okay.
page
Thank you so
101
much.
of your agenda package, so some of the high level changes, acknowledging there are probably more specific changes. So we've removed the regular meeting schedule as well as the meeting location from the context of the bylaw. And that is because council can establish that at any meeting, provided all members of council are in attendance. So we've just removed that. And I know that there was recently some meeting changes, so that would streamline those decisions in the future. We've removed the requirement for there to be unanimous consent to add an item to a special agenda. We restated the language that is in the act. However, in order to do that, all members of council must be in attendance, and that's what is required in the Municipal Government Act. We've added provisions respecting the use of secret ballots, which are allowed under the Act when you're selecting the reeve or making committee appointments. And so you do currently use secret ballots, but it just adds a little more context as to the process, should there be a tie number of votes and those types of things. And so what that would look like if, of course, you adopt the bylaw. So inclusion of council approved methods of notice for meetings. So that is a requirement in the Municipal Government Act that council set up or define what notice is or what's appropriate. So we're proposing that that be through basically website for the public and through email for council. We've added provisions for electronic participation in meetings. And so as an example, one of them is to prohibit members of council from participating in a moving vehicle, regardless of whether you're the passenger or not. We've also just added some provisions should a member of council have a pecuniary or conflict of interest, what would happen just because if they're online and how that would play out. We've also included an addition of an agenda review team to review the agenda with the CAO in advance of a meeting. At the committee, there was some discussion on what that committee or group, I should say, would look like. So currently in the bylaw, it states, the draft bylaw, it states that it would be the reeve and one other member. If no one is appointed as the one other member, it automatically defaults to the vice chair, I should say. So the chair and the vice chair, unless someone else is appointed to review with the CAO in advance of meetings. We've added provisions to clarify the use of the consent agenda. So for example, bylaw readings would not be included on a consent agenda. If, for example, a motion to adopt the consent agenda is presented but is not carried unanimously, that would automatically trigger there to be a discussion on each and individual item, because that is the whole point of the consent agenda, that it be a streamlined decision-making process and that there is in fact unanimous consent. But acknowledging, however, consent agendas, all members have the opportunity to state that they want to discuss an item. So at the beginning of the meeting, all items could be decided for debate, and that's just how the meeting would proceed. But we've added some provisions for your consideration there. We've established that reports, or have included that reports for information do not require a resolution. So if it is truly just for information, the minutes would reflect that it was presented for that reason. But that doesn't in any way prohibit the committee or council from passing a motion relating to providing direction on the report. So for example, you may have a report presented to you merely for information, but you may say, you know what, I would like a little bit more information. And that's where you would pass a resolution asking for that. Otherwise, it would just, you would carry on through the agenda and the minutes would reflect that. I also want to emphasize that in the bylaw, a report for information in no way means that you have adopted it or approved it. And I think that's language is often where people get tripped up, because as an example, if you're presenting a motion to accept it as information, some people believe that that means you're endorsing the contents of the information rather than truly acknowledging that it has been provided to you. And those are different perspectives. So that's what been clarified in the draft bylaw. Let me go back. We've added provisions respecting the notice of motion process and what that would look like. Once we get clarification on that, I actually have a draft policy, but I want to make sure that I understand how you'd like it in the bylaw, and then we could bring that back, because there was some conversation about providing some clarity on what the form might look like and some of the procedures that would go along with that. We've deleted the ability to remove a counselor from a meeting due to conduct. And the reason for that is in reading some of Municipal Affairs reports on the Municipal Accountability Program, they are suggesting that that contravenes Section 153, I think it is, of the Act, where you must participate if you're in attendance. But more recently, changes to the Act where council cannot make a motion with respect to the conduct of a counselor. So you can't do a resolution or a bylaw with respect to the conduct of a counselor. So that has been extended here to basically say you can't remove a counselor from a council meeting because the Act does not allow for it. We've added clarity on the use of electronic devices during meetings. So there was some discussion there that it's appropriate for electronic devices to be used for record, like taking minute or taking notes, or perhaps reading off of your notes that you've prepared in advance, but not for sending messages or other reasons. We have specified that the name of the mover in a motion need not be included in the minutes. So the minute, if that were to be approved, the minutes would just say moved, that, and then the direction in the motion. We've included some of the common motions from Robert's Rules of Order, but I want to make mention that at this time they are all being considered as simple majority motions. And you'll notice included to the bylaw is a chart that shows what's included in the bylaw, what those standards are, and what Robert's Rules contemplates, just to give you that contrast to see. And so that's why it's watermarked for discussion. You may have some other thoughts on that. And then we've added additional clauses to provide clarity on the public hearing process, as well as removal of the in favor and opposed timing of submissions. And there was some conversation actually after you reviewed the bylaw on that. And the Act doesn't require you to take submissions in that manner. The Act basically says you must hear from those that are affected, and then anybody else you agree to hear. So that's kind of the language that is reflected in the draft bylaw. And I do recall there was a mention of also having those affected state clearly how they are affected, particularly with planning bylaws. Do you live nearby? Do you live adjacent? That type of information. So those are the high level changes. Of course, there's more specific changes, and the motions, the listing of motions is definitely more specific changes. But then also I've attached a draft governance and priorities committee bylaw. And I think the message there was that currently the committee of the whole has some limitations in terms of, I believe the language is that you can only pass a motion making a recommendation to council, but instead included in the draft bylaw is that you can, as a committee, request more information be brought back to you and provide some direction to administration on what that should look like prior to making a recommendation to council. So with that, of course, I'm happy to take your feedback and answer any questions you may have.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I know there's so many changes that have been happening with the MGA that it's made it a little tricky for everybody to keep up with, that's for sure. The Councillor Accountability Framework, the RMA did ask for feedback, but we of course didn't have a meeting prior to then, and I didn't receive anything back with regards to any concerns about adding anything, and I'm sure we'll have more opportunity as it comes forward. Who would like to begin? Should we go through quickly page by page? There's quite a few. I know I've made some. I have a few questions and comments and that kind of thing. So how does everybody feel if, we look at, we'll start on page 103. Is there any, we'll look at each one, and if instead of jumping around from counselor to counselor and going all over the place, if we can just look at it per page, and then if somebody has comment, we can go forward with that. Does that work out for everyone? Make it most efficient as we can. Okay, Counselor
I
Johnson.
think it works out well that way.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. So page 103, of course, starts with definitions. I know I'm just looking, sorry, quickly through, we have a copy of our old bylaw, I believe, in here to kind of look at, if I'm not mistaken. Was that not included? Okay, so let's look at that. So we have, and this goes back to the Councillor Accountability Framework. One thing that we had in our prior bylaw mentioned on page 135, improper conduct. So is that something we cannot use as a definition in this new bylaw?
Madam Chair and members of the committee, the way the bylaw currently reads, it applies to members of the public. So of course, that provision still applies in the Act that should there be a member of the public demonstrating improper conduct, they could be removed from the meeting. So that could be revised to eliminate the councillors that might be affected by that and have it refer to the public if you would prefer.
Okay, but we can't use it for councillors to describe as a definition.
I guess the question I would have is what purpose would it serve in the bylaw with respect to councillors if you're prohibited from making a motion or resolution or bylaw on the behavior of councillors? I'm not sure how you would apply it within the context of the bylaw.
Just curious, because yeah, I know some people always want well, what do they consider improper conduct? So for the public, I definitely would, would be appreciative to see what that would look like. Just so that it's very clear. I know especially for public hearings, that may be one of the things that, we tend to come across once in a while. And, people have tried to approach us, during the public hearing coming forward, this kind of thing. So that might be something that could be beneficial, I think. I don't know how everybody else feels on that one. Okay with that? We'll just do a consensus, I guess. Go ahead, please, Counselor
I'm
Tamsin.
always good with it. The more clarity, the better, leaves less to question.
Okay, thank you. So you're okay with everybody okay with that one? You're not okay with that one, Counselor Stacey?
No, I need more clarity on this. I'm really struggling with the ability to remove a counselor. And I understood what you had said about being in the MGA and such. But, and this is only me, but some of the behavioral issues that we're dealing with, to me, are unacceptable. I can't handle that. This is not appropriate. This is a public place. This is, we're here representing people throughout this municipality. And to see stuff like that, that's not acceptable. So I'd like to look at a possibility of more clarity there to see exactly what the MGA says about it and how they would anticipate correcting stuff like that. So by removing that ability does not help us at all. It is a tool that I believe personally that we should have in place.
If I may, I understand completely where you're coming from. And I know we cannot do a council code of conduct, we cannot offer sanctions and that kind of thing. But I also wondered as well, in that situation, we can't expel somebody from meetings permanently. We cannot do that. But in a situation to maintain decorum and order, are we able to, just for that temporarily set specific meeting, if we're unable to maintain order, do we just go into a recess and don't come out? How is that handled in a situation where there might be something out of control?
So if we're speaking specifically about members of council and their conduct, not the public, of course, I would say that would probably have to be your next step, would be to call a recess and to wait until perhaps you can deal with it privately. If I may, I think that when meetings are live streamed and the behavior of participants in a meeting become very public, I think it tends to help manage behaviors. And I would say, I don't know that I've actually ever seen in my work, I'm sure it's happened in other places, where a member of council has been actually removed from a meeting for their conduct. I think it would have to be incredibly serious, such as shouting, making intimidation comments, such as threats. Having a difference of opinion is not something that would remove someone from a meeting, right? So I would suggest that should conduct be excessively uncontrolled, then it would be appropriate for the chair to call a recess, and then you would deal with that depending on the nature of the conduct through other means. It's important to recognize that despite what is included in the act, municipality is an employer and there are requirements for safe workplaces and workplaces that are free from violence and harassment. So there are other considerations, but I don't know that council could pass a motion to say you have to leave and you can never come back. I think that would be something where the behavior would have to be assessed on a per incident basis. Potentially if it's continually escalating, and you would probably have a conversation with your legal counsel at that state. But I would say it would have to be very, very serious. And I don't know if the CAO has anything to add to that, but it's I guess the accountability framework will probably provide some guidance there on what that can look like. So perhaps this is a intermediate stage of what that, like how council can treat that. But that's what I can think of at the top of my head.
Right.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that. And for sure, as you mentioned, live streaming and recording our meetings, and it is very public, and we, we're expected to hold ourselves to a high standard of professionalism. But then we also go into closed. So when we're in closed session, that of course is not public and things become a little bit more, can become a little bit more relaxed. And so that mechanism of entering into a recess, if I'm not mistaken, further on in the bylaw, we have to do by motion to go into recess. And I flagged it later on in the bylaw when we get to that page, but just so that I could get clarity on that for sure. But you know, those are the types of things that we need to look at. Go ahead, please, Councilor, or CAO Benedetto.
Through the chair, as we know, RMA and their changes right now with respect to the code of conduct being removed as a tool by the province, but there is work being undertaken on the council accountability framework. So I think before we do a whole bunch of work on this and then find out it's all changed because of something that comes out through the council accountability framework and legislative amendments, et cetera, I think this question should be held in abeyance at this time until we get a better sense of where those are going, because I'm very mindful of putting in a whole bunch of work on this question and it could change. So with council's support, it would be nice if we could look at and get an understanding of the accountability framework and the legislation, and those are both work in progress because input to the accountability framework, I think, was due August 14th. So we're in changing legislative framework right now.
Okay, thank you. So though, yeah, it's been a long haul without a council code of conduct from being able to work through those scenarios and waiting for the province to advance. And I think that they're finally getting that work. They're getting to that stage now. So that's coming. So if we're okay to move on to page 104, we still have more definitions here. The one that I flagged, if I may, I don't know if anybody else has flagged anything here on definitions. It's just adding a bit of information to decorum, which in here it means behavior that is controlled, calm, and polite. The words that I noticed that came out of a few definitions of decorum that I had been researching were respectful and dignified. And I don't know if we really need to add more wording to it, but just wanted to get council's opinion on what they thought there, if we needed anything other than controlled, calm, and polite. Go ahead, please, Councilor Chamzek.
In my opinion, as we speak of higher standards, calm and polite is a natural thing in this escalates or pressure or professional behavior. Dignified is a professional standard. I'm also okay with wording such as.
So does it mean adding or just leaving it as presented?
I'm really a little bit on the indifferent side, but you know what? I'm okay with adding it because I feel that the standard of being calm and polite in any meeting is the basic standard. And I feel that we should be held with words of accountability, integrity, and all of those words. And dignified responses are important to me. It's a value of mine. I'm okay with the addition of those words.
Both respectful and dignified. Okay. Councillor Chamzek or Councillor Chizen, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna go around the table and just try and make sure everybody's on, we can get a consensus of how people feel.
Well, I do believe that calm and polite should just be the norm. So adding the two additional ones, I almost feel that we probably should have it as well. I'm okay with that, so.
Okay. Councillor Dahalik, I'll need your microphone, please. Thank you.
I think I'm okay with adding the two.
Okay. Councillor Stasiak, yes?
Yeah, I'm okay with it as well. I think that's should be normal.
Okay, Councillor Calhoun?
I'm indifferent. I'm fine either way.
Okay, Councillor Hall?
I'm indifferent because I don't know what the so what is. You like, we can, you're defining the same thing with synonyms. But reading this line makes me think that before this goes anywhere close to a council table for approval, we need to have someone read through it, maybe with who's an editor and understands punctuation, and make sure that we've had that look at it, because I would think we just want to make sure that legislatively punctuation matters. We need somebody to read this because I would add, commas in a number of places throughout this report. And this might be one of them. It's controlled, it's calm, and it's polite. Not it's controlled, calm, and polite together. Because I can be calm and rude. Right? So that's where I think we need to send it to an editor before we see a final version.
Okay. So with the addition of punctuation and whatnot, I think we have a consensus to add respectful and dignified. Okay. Does there anybody else have anything with regards to the definitions on page 104? Okay, I know for clarity's sake, point of privilege, letter V. Point of privilege means a request to the chair to immediately consider and take action to remedy a situation negatively affecting the rights or privileges of counselors. Does everybody understand the rights and privileges of counselors? And again, it's, I'm one of those people that are, if we go into a gray area, it becomes a little more difficult to have that conversation, whether if it's black and white. For me, the rights and privileges of counselors are, personal privilege and there's general privileges. So for immediate needs, safety or comfort is something that is how I describe rights and privileges there. So privilege being needs, safety or comfort. And that it basically covers off your comfort in your environment, your physical needs. So for example, if, for some reason we're standing at a podium or something and somebody's really having a hard time standing at a podium, if we're doing speech or something, that they'd be given that opportunity to have that physical need being looked after. And general also covers reputation and rights of being able to protect that reputation and it not be harmed in any way during any type of dialogue or meeting or any of that kind of thing. So point of privilege in meetings for me, I would just like to see a little bit more of an expansion there. So everyone is understanding what that means. And when a chair ends up having to get to go to a point of, somebody puts out a point of privilege and we don't have a clear definition of what that means, it kind of puts the chair in a bit of a difficult spot. Go ahead, please, Councilor Jones.
Quite often we have our public also looking into our bylaws, procedures and everything else. And, I'll stand by it once again. The more clarity, the less the question.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilor Jason.
Yeah, this is my first time at doing this, but what is a point of privilege? Can you give an example of when we would use this? Sorry.
I will turn that over to our legislative
I'm
specialist.
a little lost right now.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. So it would be something for an example, the temperature in the room is really uncomfortable. You need to take measures to address that. If there were noises out in the parking lot, it would be, this is very, very distracting. Those would be the point of privileges. It's not so much as of an orderly conduct of meetings, it is more of the environment and as mentioned, the safety and comfort of the members. And so, yeah, that would be, I can add more context though, if you would like to the definition, that's no problem.
Well, probably because I'm that person. Sorry.
No, and I appreciate that because like I say, it makes it a lot easier to see it in writing than to wonder about it, right? Councillor Chamzik.
Even from my recollection of the past, even if, we're nearing that time where we should be having a break and maybe someone needs to use the washroom or something, that would be an acceptable form of utilizing that privilege of point of privilege.
I'll need your microphone, Councillor DeHollick, please. Oh, okay.
I think I'm good. Thank you.
I think I'm good with it. Yeah, I'm fine.
Appreciate it. Anybody else? Consensus on making any more clarity in
No,
there?
I think the clarity issue is awesome. I think to actually define it and even using similar examples in the definition so that people are aware of what that is. Because I I Googled it when I was concerned about it before, and it actually added more information than what we're talking about in terms of items that are important for others to know and have not being discussed can be construed as being a point of privilege as well. But for the most part, I think we're on track here with, you know, personal space, let's call it that. So I'm good.
So does that mean a bit of an expansion to this?
Yes, I'd like to see a little bit of expansion to it, but I guess bestly described as more information and clarity on it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Callahan, oh, Councillor Chambliss, go ahead.
I like how, like, for example, it was kind of done within the bylaw, but looking at 5.2 and 5.21, which is that little bit of expansion, just to have that clarity.
Thank you. Councillor Callahan,
I'm fine with it the way it is, but it doesn't matter to me.
okay, Councillor Hall. Okay, I think we have a majority for consensus just to have a bit more of an expansion. Page 105. The only question I had, if I'm just gonna start, folks, is just for clarity purposes, the 3.1, this bylaw applies to all council and committee meetings. So is that meaning the committees that we have outside of council committees? Or just council committees and council meetings?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, if I'm understanding correctly, are you asking me if you're appointed to an external board, whether these, okay. This would only apply to council meetings and committees that are established by council.
Okay,
And so there could be something in those terms of, in a committee terms of reference that would kind of, you could have an overriding provision where something else would apply. But, or you could specify this is only for committee or council and committees of the whole, meaning that it would only apply to this table essentially, with meeting procedures defined for other committees a little differently.
okay, thank you. Okay, everybody's good with that? Just for
I
clarity
think
purposes.
maybe we can just get some clarification on how you've structured the bylaw. Typically, when there's something defined in the definitions, that word is capitalized in the text of the rest of the bylaw. Is that fair? So that when we see council and committee meetings, because committee is capitalized, we know it's referring to the definition of committee on page 1. Fair?
Yeah.
And if it wasn't capitalized, it would have the ordinary definition according to the Oxford English or whatever. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else on that page? We're moving on to page 106. Is there anything there? Okay, 107. Moving along to page 108. As I'm assuming everybody's had an opportunity to go through all of this prior to the meeting, right? So that's why I'm kind of skipping by. Page 109. Oh, yeah, page 108 for Councillor Stasiak.
Just a little bit of clarity on 13(1)(c). Appoint members to committees which council is entitled to make. Is that based on a volunteer basis, or is it if there's nobody taking a position on a committee, can council say, okay, well, sorry to say, but you have to be on that committee? Can I get clarity on that? Because is this giving permission for council as a whole to arbitrarily appoint somebody?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I don't think that that was the intent of the line. I think it is to help inform the agenda for the organization.
Okay. Yeah,
So to make sure that those committees that you've established for, you'll have the appointments made. And sometimes in addition to those appointments, you will establish positions such as the chair or the vice chair of the specific committees. But there's also some flexibility built into there. So any other business required by the act or that council may wish to include.
Okay, thank you.
So is that all for page 108? Okay. Page 109. Anybody have anything there? Okay, page 110. Counselor Hall.
So when we talk about electronic participation at 17.1, I think sometimes less words are better. So members are expected to participate in meetings in person. I think that's sufficient to just outline the expectation that, the general expectation is to be here in person. But when you start saying, well, there's a clear need, now we start opening up debate on, well, I don't think your need is clear. I don't think it's adequate. So I think everything after the word in person is, doesn't add to the intent of what we're trying to accomplish there. I also look at 17A and think 6 is sort of an arbitrary number, and I don't know why we wouldn't choose 18 or 24 or members are elected to do their job. They're elected as equals at the table. And if someone is better able to do their job by attending electronically, whether it's from the room across the hallway or from their home, I think restricting it to 6 is sort of arbitrary and doesn't add to the flow or the participation. Our job should be to seek and find participation, find ways for everybody to participate in a meaningful way. And so if we can do that more productively by coming in electronically, then I don't know why we should arbitrarily restrict that. And I have a couple other comments, but I'm sure there's somebody who wants to respond to that.
Thank you. Please go ahead, CAO Benedetto, and then Counselor Chamzik and Counselor Chisholm.
Just want to introduce some additional information for council consideration. And in terms of, it's warrants some discussion around the number. But that number can be adjusted by council considering circumstances. Let's say somebody had a medical reason that they had to be home and could participate better. That's not meant to preclude that at all. I just want to share with you some experience some other communities have had, and you can decide as a council whether or not you want to safeguard against that or not. But I know some communities that did not put a limit on it. They had some members of council were snowbirds, and they would be out of the community for several months at a time, and compliant with the act because they participated in council meetings electronically. I can share with you that other council members were extremely frustrated because of the other committee work being available in the community and being part of the whole life and how things are unfolding in the community. So there's that whole other side that is over and above attending council meetings, and yet the legislation only addressed you had to, if you missed so many council meetings, you ran the risk of being disqualified. So it's really up to you as a group whether or not you would want to protect against that possibly happening. The number 6, is certainly up for some discussion. I think that it's not a hard 6 with no consideration. So again, if it was something legit like medical or some other reason that they're in the community. So communities that did not have a limit that ended up with somebody being a snowbird while they're on council, they very much regretted that they didn't have a way of addressing it because they didn't believe that was the intention to meet the full responsibilities of an elected official. So this is completely up to you. That's why some language was put forward for your consideration, and it's great that you're looking at it and having a discussion around it so you can make an informed decision. But that was the rationale because of that difficult experience of some other communities.
Thank you very much, Counselor Chamzik, and then Counselor Chisholm.
My personal thoughts is this is why there's 9 of us. We're allowed to have totally different opinions. But my personal opinion on this, I think it's very important to be able to have members in a room to have those meetings. Sometimes even things like our technical abilities have failed us, difficulty with hearing, those types of things. My personal opinion is our elected we are elected officials and our people have put us in these places to try our best to be there. I do very much value and understand and respect the line that it can be otherwise approved by council resolution.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, in 17.1, it says members are expected to participate in meetings in person. And I think 17.2A, that's what we're trying to do. So I don't think we should take that number out. I think the number should remain in there because we are expected to participate in meetings in person. So I don't think there should be a no number there. And I think 6 is quite lenient. So that's my thoughts.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else's hands up. Councillor Hall? And I agree, the number 6 is there, but we also have to remember there's due to exceptional or extenuating circumstances, council resolution can be made to extend that number. So there is that latitude here. Just going back to, members are expected to participate in meetings in person unless there is a clear need to participate electronically. I think that that's also important, to leave that there because it makes it clear, that, you know, where your expectations are, as an elected official to be in person, as much as possible. But that's my personal opinion as well. So, Councillor Hall?
I think we have to remember that we're not elected here to judge each other. We come here as equals and we come here to work together. And so I think, you know, the CAO has brought up some interesting examples, but I think we also have to take a step back and ask, is this a decision for council or a decision for voters? And if you have a councillor who chooses to be a snowbird, that's up to the people who elected them to make a decision on that. And they get a chance every 4 years or more expediently every 18 months through the recall legislation. So I think we need to be a little bit careful about getting outside of our lane. I don't disagree with a number. I just think 6 is too short, too small. I would say 12 maybe would be a more reasonable number because that, you know, maybe that's about half the council meetings. That's where it starts to get, for me, a little bit of a stretch. And I think that, you know, I've known folks who've had a surgery that would easily put them, you know, the recovery times into more lengthy spaces. And I think it should be up to them to account for that to their constituents without having to come and grovel to council or put their personal issues in front of council for judgment. You know, it's possible we've had people leave meetings because they don't feel safe in the meeting, but they'd like to participate. You know, the county has a duty, we've heard, to ensure a safe workplace. And so I think we go a lot farther to finding ways to meeting that by just being a little bit more lenient. And so I would, you know, propose not that there's no limit, that just that the limit is slightly bigger than 6.
Thank you. Councillor DeHollick, I see your microphone on and.
Yes, I like the number 6, you know, extending it more than that, like 6 regular council meetings is a lot, huh? You know, that's half a year. Regular council meetings, it says. Pardon me?
It's 3 months.
Mhm.
There's 12 months in the year and we meet twice a month generally, except July, August, and December.
Now, I'm gonna stick with the 6. I like that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stacey?
Thank you, through the chair. The 6 number does not really matter to me a whole lot because there is a flexibility there that if you missed 6 and well, you're not on the line apparently, but if you had a medical issue after 6, all you have to do is just contact all of us. We're all adults here and we understand that, well, you know, you're participating, you're there, right? But what I struggle with is what we seen at 9:30 this morning. It bothers me. It still bothers me.
Point of order.
Wait,
Yeah.
Okay, all right, fine. Sorry. My point is that we're being paid a salary here to participate here.
Councillor Calhoun?
Okay, I'm gonna speak honestly. I think upping the number would maybe be a nice, like compromise with all of us because it could be less weaponized. It does state in here that for personal or family reasons, well, if it's a personal reason, you can't put a time limit if someone's struggling with mental health. You don't know what people are going through. I think maybe a slightly larger number would be less weaponized, less judgment. And also, I don't remember on what other page but it does state that if you are missing a meeting, as soon as you know, to let the CAO and the chair know. We are not obligated to let everybody around this table know our business. So I would be adhering to this, right? And letting those two people know, sorry, not all nine. I don't have to, that's my right. But I do think like maybe even 10, 12, I don't know, just like a nice compromise. And then maybe people just feel like it's less, like I'm not saying anyone here would weaponize it, but there would just maybe be that that feeling, right, of a little more relief. I don't know. Less judgment, maybe.
Okay, thank you. Couple things, I guess more than anything that we need to talk about is the comment that was made is we do not pass judgment. And that is extremely important that we do not pass judgment. People's business is of their personal family reasons, medical, that's all completely private. That does not need to be brought forward or shared. The fact that somebody has a medical, that's enough. You don't need to go into the details of what that medical is about. The fact that somebody has a personal or family matter, that is enough of a description. You do not need to go into detail. When someone mentions that they're not going to be here to the CEO and the chair, all I expect to see is, I'm sorry, I'm not able to attend today. I don't need a reason because that again is personal. Now, that's where we look at the number 6 in here. I'm fine with it just for the simple reason is I do not expect to go into large detail. Most medicals, of course, when you are going to be away for, I don't know, 6 weeks, you're going to have a note anyway that you probably, you know, mentioned, yes, I do have one. Do we need to see it? We're not the employer. As you mentioned, we're all here as equals. There's one comment though that I would like to address. And that is my concern when it's mentioned that there's been instances, or I can't remember exactly how it was worded, about people not feeling safe to be in a meeting. That's really concerning to me because for a few reasons, I don't feel that there's been any situation that we've seen where somebody should feel unsafe in a meeting. And I find that when we're not to be passing judgment, that includes concern about gaslighting. And I just would like to address that now. I should have ordered it at that time. It's not appropriate. So unless we have some sort of concern that we need to address, we'll do so in closed. But to put it into the public eye, I would like to have that retracted. As far as I'm concerned, we do not have a scenario where people should feel unsafe or have been felt to feel like they're unsafe in this meeting room. And that's a real concern to have that out, to put that forward. And I'm concerned about that type of gaslighting and how harmful it is. So I would like to see that retracted, please. And I guess if it's not going to be retracted, then we will have an item in close that we will have that conversation. Thank you. So we're moving forward. We're at 5 minutes after to go in. No, we'll go into closed at a little bit here. 5 after 12. I believe it's a good time to have a break for lunch at this time. And if we could take 30 minutes, please. I believe we're just 12:03. So if we can come back, please, at 12:35, that would be great. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you so much. We're back from our lunch recess. We left off on page 110 of agenda item 6.2. We were discussing electronic participation in meetings. I believe, I wasn't sure if anybody else had anything they wanted to add to that conversation. The questions that we're looking at, well, not the questions, but the request that we were looking at was to remove unless there is a clear need to participate electronically in 7.1, and to change the number from 6 for regular council meetings per calendar year to members to attend electronically. And I believe we had pretty much had a consensus to go for 6, if I'm not mistaken. And leave it at 6. Am I correct in that? 1, 2, can we just do a quick show of hands for 6? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. And for another number, 8. 1, 2. Counselor DeHollick, did you like 8 or 6? 6. Okay, I think we'll leave it at 6. And then to remove the words in 17.1, unless there is a clear need to participate electronically. I think we had a brief discussion on that one. We get a show in hands of whether or not to take it out, if show of hands. 1, 2, in 17.1 on page 110, it says members are expected to participate in meetings in person unless there is a clear need to participate electronically. And the request was to remove unless there is a clear need to participate electronically.
Yeah.
You're okay for taking it out? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. That will be removed. Okay. Alrighty. So do we have anything else on page 110? Go ahead, please, Councillor Hall.
So in legislation language like should, must, shall, all, are very important choices of words. 17.2B says the member must notify the chair or the CAO their intentions to attend electronically. I guess I just want to make sure I mean, that makes sense because it's the only way to make sure you have an electronic access, but I just wanted to, what the note I wrote down was, or what, right? If the link is present and you don't provide an email in advance, are we going to not let them in? Are we going to just, are we setting ourselves up for conflict and problems? So that one was just more of a, have we thought about whether that really makes sense in that particular item?
Would you prefer the word may or shall or should? Should? I guess shall and must are the same. Should?
I don't know. I just to me, it's a case of if getting into the meeting means that I have to stop and email first, I guess maybe, but it just doesn't, I'm just not sure what value it adds, right? It's important as a courtesy. We should be courteous and we should say, hey, something's up and I'm going to be attending electronically today. But there can be moments where you think you're attending in person and then something goes wrong and, I don't know, just something, because there's no or what, the must seems a little bit over the top to me.
I appreciate that. The one contingency on that though too is that it's beneficial for the chair for sure to know, because the chair has to let people know at the beginning of the meeting when somebody is zooming in or is meeting electronically. So I think it's important that happens, not that it does all the time. Go ahead, please, Councillor Chan.
I do agree with that as well, but one of the other things is that councillors really don't get set blocks. I mean, I suppose you definitely can organize them of holidays, so on and so forth. I mean, most of us do our very best to organize around meetings, so on and so forth. Also for quorum reasons, I think that it's there as well. It would allow you to realize very quickly if you'd make those thresholds.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor DeHollick.
17.2
B is in Bob.
B.
B is in Bob, yeah. The
Yeah.
word must, the member must notify the chair.
Well, I think, and the CEO, why do we have to notify 2 people?
Well, it's helpful when the CAO is able to allow, inform his staff that there'll be somebody zooming in, so our communications people are ready to go and.
What if
and
you
have that.
can't get a hold of the other one?
Well, that's why there's two. You can get a hold of the CAO and the chair. So that the chair is able to also know and be able to speak on your behalf that you're.
One of them might be checking their phone at the meeting and notice that you want to come in.
Yeah, the chair or.
Chair
CAO.
or.
Well, I think it's best to do both, just because you need to cover off to make sure if one doesn't get it, the other usually will.
But that doesn't, that's not what that means. If it was or, that's what it would mean.
Well, this means you have to get a hold of both, or means you only have to do one or the other.
Yeah, that's what I'd like.
Okay, but
I,
I totally get it, and it's
Uh-huh.
totally your preference. I'm just giving you an
Yeah.
option though to know that
Yeah.
if one is missed,
Mm.
then we're kind of dropping the ball a little bit. It makes more efficient for meetings to be able to have that information right off the hop so that the chair knows what to announce.
Yeah,
And it gives the CAO the opportunity to notify his staff.
well, we'll see what the other people think,
Okay,
I'll accept that.
go ahead, please, Counselor Chisholm. Do you have a weigh in on that one?
Well, I guess, you know what, Counselor Hall brings up a good point, the must, and we really don't have, like, what's gonna happen if we don't, right? So, and in all do, we should respect and follow what's here. But there is times where there may be whatever, so I don't know what the better word should be.
He mentioned should.
The members should notify, and I'm good with should, but I'm definitely and the CEO as well, so.
Okay. Okay. I'll put it out there that the must for me, makes it a little more clear to counselors of their expectations. And that, there, even though we don't have a council code of conduct for anything at this point in the game, but this makes it clear that their expectation is there. That's how I would like to leave it just as written. Counselor Stasiak?
Thank you. I agree. I think that there's always that leniency there that, and forgiveness from the chair that, yeah, if you made a mistake, that's not a big deal. If you take it out, pretty soon it drifts away from the purpose. And all of a sudden, well, nobody is doing it. So this way, by leaving it in there, that keeps everybody as on track as possible. I think we're good.
Counselor Calhoun?
I mean, must, should, I mean, if I should do something, I do it. If I must do something, I do it, so. doesn't matter.
Okay, and we know Counselor Hall would prefer the word should, so on the vote of the word should, we'll start there and then we'll go back to Counselor DeHollick's wish to go to or. So should. 1, 2, 3, okay, and so I'm gonna just leave it as the word must for the consensus, and then to change from chair and the CAO to chair or the CAO. That's the chair or the CAO. 2. To change, to change the wording from chair and the CAO to chair or the CAO. So we have three ors. Okay, so
So.
I'm an end, yeah, sure.
Can I ask a question about that? So if it goes forward through the chair or the CAO, and I choose the chair and her road's washed out and she's stuck at home and she's really busy, trying to like paddle to work or whatever, and now nobody knows I'm coming because I didn't have to also let somebody else know, just as a scenario. So right? So how would that work then? Because now I'm not able to join a meeting because I only had to let one person know. And now.
Well, and again, I guess it's just a matter of two different things need to happen when somebody comes in electronically. And one is that the CAO must be able to notify his staff, so his staff are prepared to look for somebody to come in electronically. 2, the chair needs to prepare for the meeting, and it's easier to know ahead of time that you are expecting to see somebody and you have to announce it, that they're here over electronic.
Okay. Thank you. I forgot what I was going to say. No, I was supporting the or part of it, simply because it would have been, if you can't get a hold of one or the other, and then generally the CAO and the chair talk prior to, but based on what I just heard here, I'm going to retract my vote for or and just go with, yeah.
So you're
Thank you.
gonna end now? You're an or. You're an or, you're an or. Paddling. You're an or. So we have three ors. You're an end. Okay, so I think
I'm
we
an
can
and.
move on and leave it as it's written.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anything else on page 110? Go ahead, please, Counselor Hall.
I just want to point out that this whole comment about a location's free from distractions and secure, we don't have any definition of that. This room isn't free from distractions. I just don't know what we're trying to accomplish here. Like, we have to participate from somewhere that's free of distractions and is secure. How do you define the secure? How do you define free of distractions? Right? I remember sitting on that side of the table watching deer eat the shrubs. Tell you it was distracting. Does that mean I can't come to a council meeting if I sit on that side of the table?
No, but if it's that distracting, we would be happy to close the blinds. Would you like to weigh in on that one? This is on page 110, 17.2, D as in dog, says the member participates from a location that is free of distractions, is secure and appropriate for participation in the meeting.
I agree. It's not defined what free of distractions means. I suppose distractions are different for everybody. If you can focus in a food court or in another look on the beach, as an example, then I suppose then that's not distracting to you. Secure would be, I guess you would have a constant connection and you wouldn't otherwise have an interruption to that. I don't know. I leave it to you to tell me if you want me to prepare a definition.
Yeah, thank you. Go ahead, please, Councillor.
If I may, the way I see it would be free of any auditory or visual distractions, if you will.
Mhm.
You know, wavy arm guy in the background when you could move the 3 feet over would be common sense and courtesy, but I think that that's in my head a very quick definition to be able to at least put something down.
And go ahead, please, Councillor Stacey.
Oh, geez.
No, that's great. That's fine. I guess the way I read this is that this reminds members to be present and engaged. And so if you're finding that, you know, there's severe distraction, as you mentioned earlier, some major construction going on out in the parking lot and we can't hear because, you know, we've got a jackhammer going, that's a huge distraction, right? So we would, you know, maybe either ask for a recess or, you know, is there a better time that they could probably do that? So, you know, it, like you mentioned, distraction is different for everyone. I like the fact that it's here because it's a reminder to remain engaged and to be present. But that's just how I took it. Secure, of course, meaning, you know, as you mentioned, we need to feel that we're able to always have that connection. The dropping in and out if you're in poor service and that kind of thing, it's distracting, number one, for everybody. Two, if you're not in a secure location, it's pretty difficult if you're, you know, you're freezing and all that kind of thing, that you're missing out and you are supposed to be able to hear and see during a meeting. So that's where I take that, and appropriate for participation. Again, you're here, you're engaged, you're ready to go. Go ahead, please.
How I interpret this, when this was written at some point, and I don't truly believe that it was meant to focus on minor distractions. I think it's more meant to focus on when you're in these chambers here, you are not doing something on your phone while you're trying to listen or talk. I think that's where that's coming from, in my opinion. So I would like to leave it the same. I think when you're engaged when you're here, and that's what's important.
And again, this is electronically, right?
Yes, that's
Yeah,
correct.
okay.
That's correct.
Perfect. Yeah. Okay, so we're fine with just leaving it. Okay. Anything else on page? Go ahead, please, Councillor Hall.
So the last one there that I have a note on is 17.2E. And it says the chair has the authority to end a member's participation if it's disruptive or the location is not secure or appropriate. And I think to discontinue a colleague's participation in the meeting is a serious issue, and that should only be done by all of council. If it's, for me, it's too much hands in the power of the chair of any meeting. And so it should be done. If we are looking at the screen and we find that somebody is in a place that we don't think is appropriate for the meeting or whatever, then all of council should be polled and should be the ones making the choice. I don't think that should fall to the chair.
Would you like to add the words by consensus?
No, it should be by vote, I think.
You want it by resolution?
It takes the pressure off the chair. It takes I don't think it's a good place to leave the chair. So I think like there's two sides to that. coin. It puts the chair in a difficult position of having to make a choice and being, it exposes them to accusations of bias and other things, but it's a serious issue to not let an elected member participate. That should not rest on one person's shoulder. Everybody at this table who are equals should have a role. And that way you've got the chance to say, hey, Brian, when you're riding the Ferris wheel, it's not okay. And you need to either go somewhere else or we're going to disconnect you. It puts the burden on council, which is the decision-making body.
So the chair by resolution of council? Or how would you like it to read?
I'm going to say the mechanics of it are a Melanie issue, Ms. McConnell issue versus it's more the sentiment that I'll express.
Okay, Councillor Calhoun?
Yeah, I think that's a good point. It does take the weight off one person's shoulders, and also that one person might not be catching everything. 2 or 3 of us might notice something the rest don't, and it gives us a chance to feel that we can speak up to it as a team as well.
Okay, are everybody good with that one? Yes, yes, yes. Okay, anything else on page 110? Okay, page 111. Go ahead, Councillor Hall.
Just a question through the chair to admin. The passenger in a moving vehicle, can you give us some, like, the driver? Absolutely, that makes complete sense to me. But if I'm riding in the back of an Uber or a cat, like, does it really matter if I'm zoomed in on my cell phone to catch part of a meeting, which is important and matters? And like, do we not want to encourage the participation over excluding it? Like, isn't our role to find ways to get more participation, not less?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, the rationale with that one is that the service in and out of the meeting. And so one of the challenges is when you're taking minutes is you have to keep track of members' attendance at all times. So when a counselor is popping in and out, if the service is an issue, it doesn't allow administration to perform that duty that's required. Of course, if council feels differently and if a member can participate from a moving vehicle where that service isn't an issue, but that was the rationale. But again, it's up to council.
Just to follow up then, because a moving vehicle also includes aircraft, ferries, bus, right? Like it's not just your car. And not all vehicles move in places that have no cell coverage. Now, luckily here, I used an example with Uber. Fortunately for all of us, we don't have Uber, so I can't Uber to the office. But anyway, that was the explanation I was looking for. I have no further comments.
Go ahead, please, Councillor Stacy.
Thank you. I think my concern here would be is that by zooming in electronically, it's fine with the regular meeting, but when you get into closed, there's no assurance of security there. And I think that's possibly where I would see this being an issue, because if you're a passenger, your driver can hear everything that's going on. And if you're a driver, that's a different story, because you shouldn't be driving and talking in the device at the same time. So either or, the passenger portion of this to me would mean that you're not secure because there's somebody else in your vehicle with you in the case of enclosed.
Thank you. I'll add to that as well. And I agree. If you remember, as a passenger, and like you mentioned, it's in another type of vehicle, we can't see what's going on around you. And that's where I also find that to be an issue as well as to what is happening. Because if we look further on here, there's mention as well of no recording of meetings and all of that other type of thing. And when you're a passenger, could very well be doing all of those things, taking photos, doing whatever it is that is mentioned here further on. So I'm fine with leaving it in. Leave it, Kelly, or Councillor Chamzik, I'm sorry. Apologize.
That's fine.
Okay, out. You're okay with it? Okay.
I asked for an explanation, not to remove.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I thought that you were looking to have that removed. My apologies. Okay, is there anything else on page 111? All right, we can move forward to page 112. Does anybody have anything here?
You have to look up.
Yeah, sorry, I was just reading my notes. Go ahead.
Two things. 21.1.2. I wonder if it wouldn't be better to have the team view the default versus the exception. Then we have to actively choose to exclude council from that. I know, CO Beck talked about the benefits of having agenda review rotate with the chair and a rotating list of members of whatever committee or council or whatever. So on that, I wonder about the benefit of making the team approach the default with the vice chair, something you had to choose to do by motion. And then I had one other, but I think probably they're separate conversations.
Okay, so this is on page 21.1.2. Pardon me, page 112, 21.1.2, if everybody's on board there. Unless otherwise designated, this is with regards to meeting agendas, unless otherwise designated through council resolution. The other member of the agenda review team is the vice chair. I'm okay with leaving it there. It should be a resolution of council, and that way it's recorded and followed and understood that there would be another member. My concern, of course, is the reason why it was brought forward, which is a concern in its own. And the vice chair and I have always been very diligent at doing our best to always be at every agenda review so that in case one person for some other reason or another couldn't be there, the other person was briefed. There isn't a heck of a lot, so the public understands when it comes to an agenda review, these agendas are built by administration. That's administration's agenda. The only thing that we ask as chair, people that have to be chairing a meeting, is there anything that I need to know to be able to describe to counselors or the public should they ask me a question? And that is all. We don't make changes to it. We don't delete, we don't add, we don't do any of those things. This is an owned agenda by administration. So the reason why that this was brought forward is still a little disturbing to me because again, it goes back to a concern with trust. And so that for me, I'm fine with leaving it as it is so that therefore there is a resolution on the books that specify who else is going to be in that room. Do we have, where are we at, folks? Leave it as is, leave it as is. Councillor Tahalik, I'm sorry. Leave it as is, as is. Okay. All right, Oh, that was one question I did have for clarity on page 112, 21.4. Once an agenda is published, the CAO may make minor revisions to reports and materials. If those minor revisions are made, will they be updated on the public document that's placed online?
Madam Chair, members of the committee, yes, I believe that is the practice. I know there's been times where it's like, oh, shoot, we put the wrong version of that in. We'll update it and then it's republished. Okay. For everybody to see those changes. And then of course it has to be adopted prior, at the meeting.
Well, okay, perfect. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, very much. Okay, is everything, go ahead, please.
So the second thing I mentioned was 21.3. I think the word clear should be replaced with business. We should have agendas no later than 3 business days prior to a meeting. We've had cases in the past where an agenda of substance is dropped on us on Friday before a long weekend. And that's no criticism of administration. It's the timing of when the schedule has worked. But I think it's really disrespectful of everybody's time to dump that on them, immediately before and think that you're going to be rolling in for Tuesday morning prepared. It's just, we can do better than that to manage work-life balance. And even this agenda, coming out Thursday afternoon, it really assumes that you've got nothing going on all weekend to be able to take the time you want to review it. So I would propose that we substitute the word clear with business days.
Okay, thank you. I'll just mention, it was a request to move the committee of the whole meeting to be the 18th on a Tuesday. because of a concern for the last week of, making our changes of, the last week of August being going back to school. So we put our,
As a point of order, we're talking about the procedural bylaw, not.
yes, we are. And I'm,
Particular meeting today.
thank you. But this is a one-off where it's 3 days before. Administration is completely taxed when it comes to putting out these agendas. And we have our Thursday, the second, third, and fourth Thursday, I believe it is. That's what they're doing all week long. And they have been excellent at getting those out on a Thursday afternoon for a meeting coming through on the following Thursday. This being today is a one-off. It is a busy week. So I'm fine with leaving it as 3 clear days for the fact that if we do run into a situation like we have today, we're covered. But we all know that they've been coming out way sooner than that anyway. So I'm fine with leaving it.
I'm gonna say we're not dealing with today. We're dealing with a procedural bylaw that doesn't specify the meeting dates. It happens that right now our meetings are scheduled on Thursdays. They may in the future be scheduled on Mondays or Tuesdays or Wednesdays or Fridays. We're talking about building a process on how much advance notice should council get to having the agenda. So that's why I would propose switching the language to business days. It is not a reflection on administration or the day or today or when this particular agenda landed, but in general terms, there have been more than one occasion where the space would have provided benefit to contemplate and consider the materials in front of us.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Chisholm and Councillor Chamzek.
Going forward, I actually don't mind the 3 business days. I mean, and it has no reflection on this meeting. I just think it does give us more time to be prepared. So giving us 3 business days rolling forward, I don't think is unfair either.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. We just have to be very careful on the dates that
Yeah.
we book our meetings so that we don't put administration at
Absolutely.
risk for having a difficult time getting that happening. We don't want to see them having to do overtime to make it happen. Go ahead, please, Councillor Chamzek.
I agree with most things that my colleagues say. I just wonder if through the chair, my apologies, if administration has the capacity to be able to do that. The 3 business days.
Okay, we'll turn that over to Mr. CAO Benedetto if sure. What do you?
Maybe this would be a bit of a compromise. I mean, it's not going to solve everything, but if we said endeavor on the 3 business days, so if there's an exception, this has been trying to put 2 agendas together in 1 week with everything else going on, ministerial meetings, et cetera, and the other day-to-day stuff does not stop. So we hear the intent and you know what, we're on side with you. The more prepared you can be to come to these meetings, the better it is for all of us we're putting a lot of effort in these agendas and RFDs and want to afford you the best opportunity to review everything in advance. So maybe as a compromise, could I suggest endeavor? And then in a strange situation, we may not be able to do it, but the majority of the time we hear you. And I hear you as CAO that you're looking for 3 business days and we'll do that when we can. So that I'd suggest as a compromise because we can only do what's possible. But we absolutely respect the request and get it.
Thank you so much. Is that a good compromise, Councillor Hall? You're happy with that?
Yeah, I mean, I think to me, it's always about finding ways to find balance for admin, and we have to acknowledge that there will be moments where it doesn't work, but as a general rule, and again, I don't think we can apply the moment to the majority of time. It's just about saying, how do we build something that works well in a variety of circumstances? Because the next org meeting, this council may choose to have every meeting on a Tuesday. We've chosen to have most of them on Thursdays. We may change our mind. That's our prerogative. But to me, it's just about trying to find a little bit of space to respect that, people also have things happening on weekends and with enough notice, we'll find ways to make it work.
Thank you. Councillor DeHollick?
Yeah, I was gonna say working or business days, but I like Endeavor as well. So I'm gonna go with that, I think.
So it would be Endeavor, so administration publishes agendas no later, or endeavors to publish agendas no later than 3 business. Okay, 3 business days prior to the meeting, 3 clear business days. Okay, we got all that? We're good to move? Okay, page 113. I guess the only question I have here, just in the name of time and to try and be a little bit more speedy, 22.2, the addition or deletion of items to the agenda requires the approval of council or committee at the time of the meeting. Does that mean at the time of the approval of the agenda or, and by separate resolution?
I'm sorry, so
So the 22.2, when I was reading it, it says, so this is under adoption of an agenda.
Yep.
And it's under that, you know, when we were adopting it, is it by separate motion? Because it says at the time of the meeting.
yeah, so that's contemplated to be the meeting's called to order. Let's adopt the agenda. So you're going to have a resolution to adopt the agenda with or without additions. You can, some people or some municipalities will state their additions and kind of vote on them separately. Some will do it all inclusive. That can be, I guess, up to council. But I think it's important that the adoption of the agenda and the consent agenda are dealt with separately.
Okay.
So you will adopt the agenda as in this is the business for the day, and then you will decide which of that business you would like to debate.
Perfect. Thank you for that clarity. Councillor Hall.
And you always have the ability to split the question. Phrased this way, if, you know, there's 2 things being deleted and 2 things being added and everybody's on side, you have 1 motion and it goes. If there's dispute, you can ask to split that question and it turns into 3 separate motions. So this is more flexible than.
Thank you. Okay, does anybody have anything else on this page? Okay, page 114. Moving on to, oh, please go ahead, Councillor Hall.
Okay, so 26.5 probably requires a comma maybe, but also I think with closed session items, you're required to keep them in confidence until they're authorized to be released, required to be released, or they become public. So the fact that the county bought the shop, that right away means that that's now a public thing. You can admit to being part of the thing. You don't need a special resolution to say, now we can say we bought it. As soon as it becomes public at land titles or the sale becomes public. So I think in other places where I've looked at this, it's that, you know, if you're using information to make a decision, it's confidential until the decision becomes public.
So where are we at, folks?
Well, I'm in agreement with Councillor Hall.
Okay. And I see Ms. McConnell's writing, so she's got the gist of what needs to happen there. Fantastic. Okay, we're all good. Awesome. The only other thing I wrote down here, and it's in the name of electronic devices and the changes that we have to technology today and the ability to do AI and note taking and recording and all of those things. And the one thing that I was asked about several times actually by residents is, what do you do with your cell phones when you go into closed? Right. And I know I try to put mine away, and I turn it off and I put it into a bag so that I'm doing the best I can, doing my due diligence. So I'm wondering if we should be adding something here about closed session, that electronic devices must be turned off and stowed away. Go ahead, please, Councillor Chamsick.
Is this something that we can consider in a bit? As I seen today in the report, they are working on an AI policy.
Sure, but if we cover it off in the procedural bylaw right away, we don't have to wait for a policy. It's in our procedures. It's a, you know, just brought it up as, let's see where council fits. If you're not comfortable with it, you know, that's okay too.
Well, I don't know. I do the opposite. I have usually, right, so you guys can all see it. You can see my recording light's not on. And then too, if it flashes because I have a home emergency, I can still grab it and leave. Right, but if you guys can visually see that my light isn't on, I'm not recording anything, we're enclosed. So that's why I usually go like that one. So I do the opposite for the same reason, I guess.
And not every, like for me, I can't see, right, what's going on. So, and I don't know about recording lights either, so I don't know how they all work. I just know I was asked the question, so I brought it forward. So, I know for me, I feel more comfortable when they're put away, but that's just me. So you'd rather have it on the table?
Is our level of trust that low? Because if it is, I think we're
Apparently.
gonna have a lot of other conversations, folks.
Yeah, I think that we've established that there's some concerns for sure. Go ahead, please, Councillor Chamzig.
I'm a little bit struggling with that one. Perhaps there could be a medical reason or something. Somebody may need their phone with them. I struggle with the must have to put them away, but I also understand the importance of security as well. I need a little bit of
Yep.
discussion and thinking time, I
Okay.
suppose.
Councillor Stasiak?
I spent 40 years without a phone. I just leave mine shut off all day long when I'm in a meeting. I devote my time to this meeting.
Thank you. Anybody else? Because it's here, there, and here and there, really. It's,
I agree with Councillor Chanzik, like. I will watch for messages from my kids. Because notwithstanding that we're here, we have other responsibilities. So are they off the bus? Did she get home okay? And all I need to see is it flash through. I don't need to answer it. I don't need to do anything sometimes, but I can see it flash and and so if you're gonna tell me that I can't have it on the table, I don't know, guys. I might, this might not be the right place for any of us. Like, we have to surely figure out how to come to some level of trust.
and I will just mention, there, other municipalities do follow that procedure where the phones are put in a different location. And so it's just that, some put a box at the beginning of the head of the room. So this isn't unusual. It wouldn't be only just here. It's a conversation that was brought forward. If people are not comfortable, we move on. Go ahead, please, Councillor.
Councillor Hall, I also do the same. And if something were to come up on my phone, I politely leave the meeting and deal with whatever personally I have to do. So, and by all means, this is where healthy debate is supposed to take place.
Okay, so we're moving on, leaving that as a end discussion. Okay, page 1, is there anything else on page 114? Okay, page 115.
I'm gonna back up. On 114, we've got those attending must not record or take notes. That's a change from historic practice, right? Sometimes, when we had done the thing with Reynolds Mirth, they'd said, if you take notes, you need to make sure you store them separately and they're subject to, but like, I'm gonna say, while we're talking about stuff enclosed, it helps me process it to make notes. Sometimes I'll, like, I want to not jot down notes that I take, they get destroyed afterward or the next meeting, or you want to look back and say, what was the motion? I just don't know if everybody understands what that means. I mean, I might, you might write down. I don't even know, because they're so innocuous, but I mean, I will doodle on the sheet that comes out or sometimes on a scrap. Is that really where we want to be?
Sorry, Councillor Hall, which point was this?
My apologies, 26.6, it's about 2/3 of the way across.
So I'll read it. Those attending closed sessions must not record, take notes, or otherwise document the proceedings of the closed session except for administration under the direction of the CAO. So for me, taking notes, if you're taking notes and handing them back in at the end, that's fine. Taking them with you is a concern.
Thank you. You just answered my question because I'm always taking notes and, prioritizing things on my orange sheets too, to get a better understanding or make a decision. So,
Yeah. So, and that's the whole point. I mean, if you're taking notes, it can't be coming with you. That's how things easily get out where they don't belong. You put your bag out and somebody pulls out all your papers. Now it's sitting on the table or you're having coffee with somebody else, whatever reason. But yeah. So when it says here, take notes or otherwise document, if there's a better wording that we can put in there that all notes taken are submitted, turned in to administration at the end, that would be great. If that's helpful. Does that work out? Go ahead, please, Counselor Stasia.
Thank you. I think just taking out the words, take notes, does it? Take that out totally, because we all take notes and we hand them in though.
Not necessarily, it depends, because if you take it out entirely and not mention that they have to be turned in, somebody could be taking notes on a full scrap and throw it in their portfolio rather than turn it in.
Okay, I understand.
Yeah,
Okay,
because if you take that out,
I
I
understand.
always put this away in close, but now I don't have to if you take that out, right?
I guess how does that relate to some of the emails that we get that we're asked to keep it in confidence?
You have to delete them.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But still, I'm just saying, how do we know we did or somebody else did? So, yeah, touchy, but okay, I just wanted to, I thought that would have been the answer to it, but maybe not. Yeah. Okay,
We're good?
I'm good. Yeah.
Okay, and I think yeah, okay, perfect. Anything else on page 114? We're ready to move on to page 115. Page 116. This is a really good one, the notice of motion, because this is not something that council these last term or this term are familiar with. And I really like how it was laid out, 29.3 on what a notice of motion must be in writing and include the following, A through D. By any chance, we have an RFD template. Can we get a notice of motion template? That would really give us an opportunity to understand what all the information is required, and then it's formalized throughout and everybody's following the same format.
Yeah, Madam Chair, members of the committee, when I was doing the introduction, I mentioned a policy, and so pending your direction on the bylaw, I have something kind of ready to go, but just waiting to hear what you have to say. And it also, I believe there was a request for a bit of a resource in terms of just there's the template, but then there's like, what should I put in that? So we could provide that to council if that would be of assistance, of course. I think the other thing that's important for the policy, if I may, is to talk about where administration's role starts and stops. Because I don't know that council would want administration doing extensive work drafting a notice of motion on behalf of a member of council. You may, however, be agreeable to just helping with the language in the proposed motion, just to make sure it's actionable. But I think we just want to make sure that there's clarity on that a notice of motion lies with a member of council, and it is your notice of motion as a member until it's moved by council for consideration.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you for that. So is everybody clear as mud? Do you need some more explanation on this one? Because I really like, so basically we're removing the RFD, the request for decision that councillors had in our prior procedural bylaw, and replacing it with this notice of motion, which is much more, I don't know the word, beneficial, I think, for the ability to have everybody decide whether or not that this is something that they want to look at the next meeting. You've got a bit of a heads up on it rather than it being sprung on you on that particular meeting to have that document as a request for decision. So I really like that, and I really appreciate it in this one. Is there anything on this page that anybody else would like to mention? Okay. The last one here on this page that I noticed, member conduct at meetings 30.1. And this is something that's been mentioned to me as well as a complaint. Refrain, and this is 30.1 letter E. Refrain from side conversations with each other when another person is speaking. And I think if we added somewhere in here, includes verbal, written, or electronic, it really gets the point across that where we're being respectful of what the person who is speaking is saying. And so I don't know how everybody else feels about that, but
I think that's fair.
okay. Do we do it
Pardon me, verbal, electronic?
verbal, written, or electronic? So side conversations with when another person is speaking, whether that be verbal, written, or electronic. Is that fair? Go ahead, please.
Yes, I think that's overkill.
Mhm.
Like there have been times where I've turned to the person beside me with a question that I've written down. Like, do I understand this right? Like just to, or are we here, right? We've heard it even today. What number are we on? If you turn to your neighbor to 29.5, right? Now you're gonna be, I, we're going well far into the realm of too overkill, in my opinion, on that.
Well, and I
I
think,
mean, this is pretty clear. The idea is that you're not having a conversation about how you're gonna vote or what you're doing on the weekend or whatever, but I mean, the function of the meeting, I think we're just getting way too far.
Counselor Chisholm?
I don't know. I think it's just a good check in there, like just to make sure that we're doing things right. I know sometimes I'm guilty of it. Somebody's talking and Jack and I might be having a conversation and we shouldn't. And Madam Chair reins us in, but I think it's fair to have it in there. It's not saying that it's not pointing fingers or anything. It's just a great reminder. And this is I think it's fair.
Thank you. And again, it's like you mentioned, this isn't a pointing of fingers. It's not a target or it's any of those things. It's something that you can see on our screen. This is a public meeting. We're supposed to be transparent and accountable to our ratepayers. And so when that is seen on the screen, they're going, well, what are they saying? What are they writing? What's happening? Instead, if you're confused as to where we are on the agenda, or if you have a question or need clarity, then ask for that point of privilege. And so that it is now, we are accountable to our public and they can see what we're looking to do. They're understanding that, okay, yep, somebody's just catching up here, rather than the seeing of it is unprofessional and the public is asking about it. So that's why I brought it forward. And I can understand where they're coming from. It's a public meeting. We're supposed to be speaking in public. Go ahead, please.
You know, and you make a good point. It's a simple point of privilege and, you know, familiarity with the bylaw itself. So
Okay. So do we take a consensus on this one? Counselor Tahalik? You're good with adding those, you're good? Counselor Chamzik? Adding it, Counselor Callahan? Okay, I think we have a consensus that we'll put those words in. Do we have anything else on page 116? Page 117. Moving on. Okay, go ahead, please, Counselor Hall.
So we spent a lot of time earlier talking about electronic devices. I just thought that somebody else might bring this up. So 31.2. I am going to say the last line, but not for sending or receiving text messages. We just a minute ago talked about observing text messages come in to facilitate family things. There might be moments where you reply yes to something that is relevant that shouldn't require you to leave the room by. So I don't think it's enforceable. You know, it just seems unacceptable to micromanage to that level. We heard earlier that the act says you can't make rules regarding conduct to counselor. 31.2 looks like it's trying to do that. If Jack needs to respond to something because he's got a text from someone that says, are you done? And he can just say no. Do we really need him to run out? I don't know. I think we are micromanaging at a level that does not show respect to the individuals that they deserve as capable adults. This isn't kindergarten. We all come here to do a job, and to be able to respond to a text message without breaking the bylaw, to me, is not unreasonable. And also, I mean, so what? How are you going to enforce this? And I'd like to hear that.
I'm sorry, what was the question? What?
How are you going to enforce it?
Well, I think, and I'll just throw my 2 cents into here. I've mentioned it earlier today where we are supposed to be here present and engaged. We have recess, lunch, all of these things where we're able to check our phones, do our business, do what needs to happen. I look back at if we were employees, actual employees working under, for example, administration. If we were an administrative employee, would it be acceptable to sit at your desk all day and, constantly respond to texts and, send texts and do your business? You're expected to do your work and then you're expected to do your personal business on your break. And that's where I feel that in the professional format, what our public expects of us is that we are present, we are engaged, we're not texting, we're not scrolling through our phones, we're here doing our business, and we are given ample time to check our phones. If we have an emergency call from a family member, this is how we used to do it. We used to get the call to the front office, and the front office would let you know that you have a concern. If you need to be concerned when your child is getting off on the bus, you kind of know those times. You can walk out of the room and check your phone. So I really struggle, for me personally, just the professionalism of it. I like the fact that it's in here, and for me, I would leave it as it is, as it reads. And we'll move around the room to see where everybody's at. Go ahead, please, Councillor Pizen.
Oh, again, it's just, there's two valid points. Councillor Hall is just saying a yes, and what you're saying is we are here to be engaged. It's unfortunate that it's here, but it's here for a reason. So I do think it should stay. It's just again, a great check and balance. Like we're here to do a job. If Councillor DeHowlick answers yes, is he going to get pulled? Probably not, but it's just that reminder that we are here to do a job, and let's be as focused as possible. So I don't think it's overkill. I just think it's a great thing to have, and a great thing as a reminder. We're all here for a reason, and this just helps us maintain that.
Thank you. So basically, it identifies the expectations. And again, we don't have a council code of conduct. So what if it wasn't here, it doesn't, then we don't have any parameters to work within. Councillor DeHollick?
No comments.
Okay. Leave it there. Councillor Stasiak?
As well. I think it's important for it to be there. This is what this is written for, and we all know, whether we want to mention it at this point, is to capture people from not sitting, listening in and looking down at their phones and dealing with their phones. That's what the intent was. Yeah, this is the gray area here. If you have your phone in front of you and you need to refer to it for an explanation or to read something off of it, we're all here to see that you picked up your phone, you turned it on, and you're reading from it, and then you put it back. So I'm all for leaving it right here as it is.
Thank you. And I think we also have to remember, this is Rocky Views. We took the
Madam Chair, pardon me, parts of the bylaw reflect what is in Rocky View counties that you discussed at your previous meeting. And I believe that was some of the feedback that I heard was that you wanted this in, but of course it's your bylaw.
Okay, thank you. So I don't think it's uncommon to hear it in other municipalities or see this type of thing in other municipalities. I don't think it's uncommon. I'm hearing it happening more and more is what I'm understanding.
I would say, I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. I would say that I have seen it before, whether or not it's on the majority or not, I really couldn't tell you, but.
Thank you. Councillor Callahan?
I'm just gonna refrain comment.
Okay.
I'm going to add, I think some of what we're trying to fix is addressed in other areas of the bylaw. And then this argument's been framed as you're using it all day. Nobody has said you're using it all day. This reads that you can't pick up your phone and say, check mark, good, yes, whatever. And I think like we're going down a rabbit hole of nailing things down in a way that, like, that's not the argument, is that somebody's on it all day playing Candy Crush or whatever the game is. Like if my wife needs to send an text that says, are you picking up our daughter? Really, I don't think any ratepayer that I've talked to would begrudge me responding, got it, 3 p.m. Now, if we're trying to micromanage one particular behavior, like, let's call it what it is. We're trying to pick on one behavior and one particular problem. This is like, at some level, do your job, manage it the way you're best able to. Like, are we gonna start, are we gonna start managing what color my tie should be next week?
Yeah, please go ahead, Counselor Chamzik.
I think it's one of those things like, as most people know, I'm hearing impaired. Sometimes, yeah, I pick up my phone, I change my volume, those types of things. I don't think I've ever been questioned in this room about it. However, when does that become texting, those types of things? But I would hope that my colleagues would also call me out on that.
And like I say, this again is an expectation. That's our procedural bylaw. It's an expectation. So having it there makes it clear that those were the expectations in the room. But anyway, Counselor Callahan.
Yeah, I think maybe it makes it seem a little too extreme. So I had to collect my thoughts there and not like this is referring to excessive use and like inappropriate. I don't think it, my phone just went off. I'm like, oh, whatever, it's my surveillance camera. I'm just gonna ignore it because I know somebody else is at home and I'm probably not getting robbed. Are you guys like right? You guys aren't gonna. So I received a message. I can't control that. I'm still gonna have it there in case it's one that yes, I do need to be, if my son texts me and just made it because he's traveling long distance, I can be like not answer, decide to give him the thumbs up, whatever. That's not excessive use though. I think that that's what this is referring to. So maybe the language needs to just reflect the excessive use, inappropriate use, not just what Counselor Chamsik just pointed out and so forth.
Is there a way to word it for inappropriate use? But then we need a definition for what inappropriate use is, like where do we,
I'm just thinking, so members may use an electronic device as a tool to facilitate discussions such as for reading or taking notes. And the quick use of, I don't know, I'm trying to like figure out too, the quick use or not excessive use of,
but not for
like,
inappropriate use.
not abusing excessive use of inappropriate, I don't know. Yeah.
Well, and
Yeah, thank you. You can help us wordsmith.
Yeah, I'm waiting for,
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I think, if I may, I think the restriction on using your phone or device for sending messages back and forth is meant to curb messages between members during the meeting. I don't think it's meant to address your personal circumstances and most certainly not your family circumstances. So if I am understanding that correctly, I am more than happy to come back with language that addresses it in terms of even the notes passing, refrain from side conversations. And I think that's the intent. It's you don't want to say, hey, we're voting in favor or not in favor. You don't want that. I think you want to be able to communicate with your loved ones should the need arise.
Could it not then, sorry, through the chair, could it not then be worded like, but not for sending, receiving, or conducting council messages during a meeting, something like that? That would make more sense. I don't know.
I think we need to think about this one. Members may use electronic device as a tool to facilitate discussions such as reading or taking notes, period.
Or I could, if I may add, but not for sending or receiving messages between members.
Sure.
If that's what you're trying, or I could take it out. You tell me.
Yep. But
It's your bylaw.
That actually, clarifies it even further. Yep. But not for sending or receiving messages between members. Yep. Is everybody good with that? Okay. Okay. You're not okay with it? Comment?
I'm still a bit confused. How am I going to be walking around this room checking what you're doing on your phone?
Well, you're not. And again, it's lists the expectation and you just hope people abide by it.
No, I understand that. I like the idea, what we talked about initially, where your phones are on top of the counter here. And if you happen to get a beep, you deal with it. Everybody sees that you're not playing on it. Done deal. That's how I see it. But so I'm okay with it the way it is. I'm not going to argue one way or the other. It's just that my concern is I know, and as Melanie said, what its intent was, and I agree 100% on that. And that's what we're trying to capture here. We're not trying to capture the little things, the little fine-tuned things where somebody hears a beep and, oh, geez, you can't look at that. That's not it at all. It's because of using your phone when you should be paying attention here.
Okay. So are you I think we're pretty much have a consensus though, just to, okay. So I think we have that writing, but not for sending or receiving messages between members. Okay? Do we have anything else on this page, folks? We're good? Okay, page 118. Theo, go ahead, please.
35.7. Sorry, was my microphone on for that?
Motion out of order.
35.7, when ruling a motion out of order, there should still be the right of appeal of council.
I think that's in there, isn't it? I thought I read that somewhere that council can appeal. And I'm just trying to, do you remember? I thought I had read it last night, and so I was just asking Ms. McConnell if she remembered where I was.
Sorry, Madam Chair, Councillor Hall, I didn't quite hear what you said. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I might have not turned the microphone on. 35.7 at the end of the first sentence should have the words subject to the appeal of council included. The chair is not the dictator of the council. Their decisions are always subject to the majority decision of council. So the council as a body can overrule any decision of the chair. Through the bylaw, we assign responsibilities to the chair of the committee. They're allowed to make certain decisions, but the final arbiter of the decision is the entire council. So there are other places
there
where
it is.
things are there that are subject to appeal,
Yeah.
but under this one, they're not.
Sorry, thank you. That's not in 36.1, and that's just relating to shall preserve order and decorum and decide questions of order, interpretation, practice, and privilege subject to an appeal to council without debate. I think it should be subject to an appeal by council, or is it to council?
It would, Madam Chair, members of the committee, any member could appeal the chair's ruling, and then you would provide, pardon me, council could then vote on that ruling, whether or not it's well taken or not well taken. But I can add that. I don't think there's any harm to adding subject to an appeal, because that is in fact what it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, everybody good with that? Okay. The only other one on this page, 118, 35.4, every motion of council should be recorded in writing by the CAO. Can we have, or their delegate added to there? Because it just seems that the CAO is going to be very busy.
Madam Chair, yeah, that's somewhat implied. The CAO can delegate all of their duties. The act requires that the duty of a CAO is to record the minutes, but I could just say administration, and that is under the,
Sure.
umbrella of the CAO.
That'd be great. Thank you. Okay. Anything else on this page, folks?
So does this somewhere in here contemplate suspension of the rules in a way that, because, we've had motions that would be contrary to our procedures and customs. And, one of the best practices that I understand is that you can suspend your rules. Council can choose to suspend our rules subject to the authorization of a supermajority or something like that.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, that is a very common inclusion in procedure bylaws, and I had it included in here until I started reviewing some of the municipal accountability reports. And Municipal Affairs interprets a motion to suspend the rules to be like a motion to amend a bylaw. I guess I think I would like to do a little more research on that. And if I could, when I bring it back, have something more concrete on that. But that is the rationale why it's not in here right now. But it is very common. Robert's Rules speaks to it. And correct, most have some type of additional threshold in order to suspend the rules.
And I agree. I actually was reading that same type of language about the amending of bylaws and what municipal affairs was. When you make a change you do a change in the procedural, you are actually amending it. So I read something very similar to that. And I agree. I would like to hear more about it for sure.
Yeah, if I may, I guess I kind of think about if it's included in the bylaw and it is something that the there are times when your rules need to change for the circumstance. It is meant to be an exception and most certainly not a rule, but I would like to do a little more work on understanding where municipal affairs is coming on that or coming from, and I can report back to you because it is it's, I think, in every bylaw I've reviewed.
Awesome. Thank you. Is that fair? Yes? You're good with that? Okay. Anything else on page 118? Page 119? Go ahead, please, Councillor Hall.
So I've heard criticism from members who belong to our council about the restrictions of 36.4. Certainly, it's not something we practice, but it's part of the bylaw that exists today. It's part of this new one where no one would speak more than once without permission of the chair. I wonder if we wouldn't be well served by, saying the general standard is that we'll try to limit our speaking to twice to an item. And then, so that everybody knows I should get 2 rounds on this. If it's a complicated issue, it'll cycle back and I'll have a chance to speak, think, and speak again. But as it is now, followed to the letter of the bylaw, then it's quite possible you'll only speak once to a motion. So I don't know. I mean, I've heard it criticized in the past. Wonder, if we want to reconsider that.
Okay, go ahead, please, Councillor Chisholm.
Yeah, at this point in time, we don't really follow this, so we probably should change it a bit.
Well, it's with the permission of the chair, so the chair has been very
Lenient, okay.
lenient.
So then that addresses that?
Pretty much,
Sounds good.
yeah. I'll reserve for 36.5. Is there anything else on this one, 36.4? To move from speak more than once or speak more than twice? Where are we at?
Probably the twice.
You want to put twice in there? And you still have the ability, the chair still has the ability to,
Yes, please.
okay. So twice,
Could be the twice and hopefully it's just not the same redundant.
so in other words, not, you have to be introducing new information?
No, not introducing new material. Right, like you don't introduce new stuff. It's just you, because it says shall not be permitted to introduce new.
Okay, we're good? Twice? No?
I would like to leave it the same because it very clearly says without permission of the chair. And we've been lenient to this point, and I think we always will be, where if there's something that needs to be said, we've all been given fair chance to speak. And if you want to speak again, as long as you're not taking over the floor, we've always gotten permission. So I'm okay with it the way it is.
Okay. Okay, so we're back to leaving it at once, twice, twice.
Because you're not guaranteed that permission without it being in the bylaw.
I'm good with twice.
I'm back to twice.
All right, we're done. Okay, we're just leave it at that. We'll go forward. Okay, 36.5. So this one, I'm curious about. So the chair shall allow the mover of a motion to open and close debate on the motion they have moved. The order of debate among the members between the opening and close of debate on a motion is determined by the chair. Okay, what does that mean? The opening, and I don't understand that. The order of debate among the members between the opening and close.
Madam Chair, what this says is that the person who moves the motion gets to speak first and last, and however the order of debate in between is up to the chair.
Okay, so you mean, so whoever wants to speak in between that?
Right.
Got it. Okay. So my only question then on this is, can a point of information be called during closing remarks if there's clarification required of what the closing remarks were, or to challenge a fact?
From, Madam Chair, from a member to the person who's speaking in closing, is that what I'm understanding? Okay. I have to look this up. Madam Chair, members of the committee, the way it's worded now is that a point of information can interrupt a speaker. So I would interpret that to say that if the the mover is making their closing remarks and someone wants to make a point of information, that they would be able to interrupt them for that reason. If you want to keep that in your bylaw as is, that's
fine.
how it is now, but
That's fine. Yeah, no, I'd like to keep that in the bylaw, and then can we add that a closing remarks cannot introduce any new matter? Because it makes it very difficult if we've been through a complete debate and then in the closing remarks, all of a sudden new matter is provided and we don't have an opportunity to discuss that. Is that okay with everybody? So you're okay with the closing remarks adding new
I mean, the new
information?
matter, what would that be? If you're moving a motion, presumably you're going to speak to it in its entirety and in a fulsome way. But your second time to speak is when you're closing. So will you interpret introducing new matter as rebutting a comment that someone has made? Like we have to be careful what you don't want to recycle the introduction. What you want to be able to do is say, you know, I don't agree with the point, or we want to be careful that it's not so narrow that you can't say, I disagree with that, and here's an example of why that didn't work. Like that sounds like new information, but it's really not.
But that
So
sounds like it should be done during debate, not in closing.
But you're speaking to it probably twice. Like the mover should not be rebutting every person that speaks. The bylaw does not say, you know, Councillor Callahan moves a motion, Councillor DeHollick speaks to it, Councillor Callahan rebuts it, Councillor Chisholm speaks to it, Councillor Callahan rebuts it, Councillor Chandler speaks to it. It's think about the things you've heard and then say, well, I've heard what my colleagues have said. I don't agree with a couple of things, or I do, or I don't, or it's changed my opinion. Here's an example of where I think, you know, we're off track. Like we just have to be careful about what we mean by new information. I think generally we should be able to manage our debate in a way that it's not, nobody in their right mind is going to surprise some whopper fact for the end that's a home run. You can do that at the beginning. You say, this is the reason we should do this because it solves these million problems. You're not going to wait to close with that. You're going to lay it out at the beginning and say, here's the motion and here are the reasons that I think that, you know, I think you should support it. I think it's unnecessary.
Thank you. And I guess for me, when you're responding or rebutting to what has already been debated, that's not new information. That's just a response. You're already discussing the same thing that's been brought up. I'm referring to something totally brand new that hasn't been brought to the table at that time where nobody else has an opportunity to debate it. That's what I mean by new information. But where are we at, folks? Because we're beating this procedural bylaw to death here. Need your microphone. Sorry.
Is there any chance we can continue this some other time?
You want to give it up?
You know, this is gonna take us, and I'm tired, huh? Yeah, well, I like this,
So is this a table to the next committee of the whole meeting?
Sorry, I just want to speak on topic to the conversation you were just having. Instead of saying not presenting new material, could you say that your closing remarks must remain on topic? Would that be more sort of what you're trying to get at?
Go ahead.
I like where you're going with that, but the only thing is people's perception of that could be wildly different. Wildly different. So on that basis, I mean, I see where you're going with a new matter being discussed, because there is inequities if those people, the other members have already spoken on a closing remark is basically unfair.
Got it. How about Councillor DeHollick? Would you like to table this?
Yes, I would. I would.
Okay, and we can pick up at item 36.5.
36.5,
Would you
yes,
like to table it to the next committee of the whole meeting?
perfect. You are the best.
and I apologize. I realize this is a huge document and we knew it was going to take some time. Please go ahead, Council. CAO Benedetto.
Just in terms of, this is a blockbuster agenda with some very onerous items on it, just because it's labor intensive to get through them. I would like to suggest that we maybe reorder the agenda in case we don't get to all of it. There's some time sensitive, significant projects under the closed session. So I don't know if it would be okay with council to move ahead to that closed session item, so we make sure and get those dealt with, because a couple of their time sensitive and they're significant projects, and it'd be nice to get to them before you're totally drained of energy, and I get that. So could we reorder that and maybe tackle those and then come back to these other items, depending what time it is and how your energy level is? Just very concerned with the gravity of those items under that section and not be when everybody's spent for energy.
I like it.
Madam Chair, I was going to propose in a similar thinking, or I've been, at nearly 200 pages and with a weekend in between receiving it, and I would appreciate more time to review most of this stuff. So I'm wondering if we would consider even postponing items 6.3, 4, 7.1, and 7.2 to the next committee of the whole meeting, so that we have time to reflect on them and think about them, because all of these are important things to give our full consideration to. And I don't know what everybody else was, but I mean, I saw my agenda on paper for the first time at 8 o'clock last night. So I've been, not through it at the level that I would like to have been able to be able to speak clearly to a lot of these items. And we've have an inkling about what's coming on those 3 closed session items. I think by the time we're done, those will be close to 3 o'clock, and we should call it a day.
If I'm not, if I'm, am I may interrupt, we can postpone, but we have to deal with the tabling motion. It's not debatable. So
I didn't
we'll deal
realize
with that
I know we
first.
voted on that already.
We'll know, we'll deal with that one first. And then we'll come back to the postponing, and we'll come back to the reordering postponing, okay? So 6.2, we will table to the next committee of the whole meeting. All those in favor? And any opposed? Perfect, 7-0. All right, so that one is tabled.
And I would make a
And you would
similar
like ta-
tabling motion on those ones I mentioned.
You want to postpone or table?
Tell me the definition and I'll tell you which one.
Oh, man, now you're gonna make me dig out this one. Postpone, I believe, is.
Why don't we just
probably
refer
more
all of
appropriate.
those, refer them all to the next committee of the whole meeting.
Yeah. So postpone is more appropriate, I believe, in this scenario. So that would be 6.3, 6.4, 7.1, and 7.2.
Yes, please.
Okay. And I think, Ms. Blair, you've got that from Councillor Hall to postpone. Postpone? Yes, please. Postpone 6.3, 6.4, 7.1, 7.2 to the next committee of the whole meeting, which will make it a very long day again. If we're ready for that, all those in favor? Any opposed? 4, 7-0, thank you. Okay, and now we need to, because these are all postponed, we don't need to do a reorder. Thank you again, Ms. McConnell. It's a lot of work. Appreciate all you've done.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Reeve Holland, could I suggest a break just to go recollect ourselves and come back fresh for the enclosed and the day with? Sorry.
I'm gonna interrupt you. 7.3 is still on the agenda, which I think is just to, I don't know
yeah.
if we do anything with
We
it.
have a break after that.
And
Yep,
then
Thank you.
move the closed session and then go to break.
Absolutely. The RMA district update, I don't believe this was for information. Does anybody have anything that they would like to discuss regarding the district update for August? This is on page 211 through 219 of your agenda. And these reports are also emailed to us, so I don't believe there's any. Okay, there's no action items here, so we don't need a motion on that particular item. I believe we need a motion to go into closed. Councillor Callahoo would like to make that motion to go into closed. All those in favor? Thank you very much. I don't see any opposed, so 7-0. And if we can now, once we leave our screen. Good to go. Thank you so very much. We've just come out of closed session. We have one motion coming out of that closed session for item 9.3. And Councillor Callahu would like to move that we direct administration to bring the following recommendation forward to the August 20th County Council meeting. That council direct administration to proceed with stage 1 of the path forward for the Athabasca West water line, and that council direct administration to pay the $1,751,000 from a combination of county reserves and the Canada Community Building Fund CCBF, with the exact amounts to be determined as the project progresses. If we're ready for the vote, all those in favor? And I don't see any opposed. That would be 7-0. Thank you very much. And I believe we can adjourn today's meeting at 3:22. I think that's time.